I'm Armando Cuellar Jr., President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board workshop is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to follow the telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:18, and I call this meeting to order. I will call the name of trustees, although a quorum is not required, and to see who's present. When I call your name, signify your presence by saying here or present. Mrs. Jackie Sustaitam, Dr. Jaime Rodriguez, Mr. Isidoro Nieto, Ms. Jesse Trevino,
Here.
Mr. Mark de los Santos, and Mr. Andrew Gonzalez, myself, Armando Cuellar. Item 2, public comments. We have no public comments. Let's go to item 3, discussion on budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees and everyone here with us this evening. This is our first workshop on the budget for the upcoming school year. When we have a legislative year, it's always difficult to come up with a budget. The pandemic has added difficulties to the budgeting process. But regardless, this is our first workshop, and we have a lot of work to do before we bring the final budget to you, Board of Trustees, by the end of the summer months, and it's usually the last week in August. So Mr. Sanchez will be presenting some preliminary highlights of the proposed budget for the 2021-2022 academic school year. Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Dr. Canales. Mr. Cuellar, Board President, members of the board, can you all hear me well? Okay. I'm gonna, you have the budget slides on your presentation on the screen. Just move, Carlos. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. There we go. These are preliminary highlights of the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2021-2022. The proposed budget is in progress. As you all know, the budget will be based on a 10-month fiscal year, September 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022. The board approved the change of fiscal year at the prior month meeting in April to make a correction of something we had approved in the past. So we will go from September to June. It's a 10-month budget, so we made some adjustments on it. So far, we have received our preliminary values from the Hidalgo County Appraisal District. They're very preliminary. They're changing every week. We got something April 23rd, I believe, and then on May 3rd, and again today, they publish another report, an update, as I guess appeals are done or changes are made. They do that. So we have that. The departments, because like I said, we have adjustments for the budget. Departments were allocated 5/6 of the budget, 5/6 meaning 10 months out of 12. The amount of the budget that they received for the fiscal year 2019-2020. And we make reference to the 1920 budget because the 2021, we made a lot of adjustments, cuts, and things like that. So we went back to the 1920 budget and we gave them what would have been 100%. Then we adjusted it to 10 months. So they got 5/6 of that budget. You understand that part? And that was part of the change of fiscal year that will save some money because we will save the expenditures of July and August of the regular 12-month year. So they only got 10 months, September through June for the departments. The schools were allocated 90% of the budget that they would have been entitled to if we had gone with a 12-month fiscal year. The 5/6 of the budget is in essence 83%. To the school, we gave them 90% because most of the time their budget is spent by the end of the school year. The budget spent, usually they're paying bills and things like that toward the end of the year. So by because of that, we gave them 90% as opposed to 83. So they got more than the 5/6 part of the budget. Next slide, please. The next one back. Thank you. The preliminary budget basic allocation figures were given to the schools based on the ADA counts for each one of them for the first 5-6 weeks of the current 2021 school year. Whatever they had on ADA, so the end of the 5 6 weeks, we used those counts, and that's what we gave them for the budget. And then that, we did some slight decreases on the basic allocation amount we usually give them, about 4 to 5% decrease, all preliminary still. And we gave them only 90% of that, like I mentioned at the beginning. I'm not making a lot of changes in what I'm saying, but whatever would have been their budget, we cut it to 90%. I already said that. And it's based on the ADA for the first 5-6 weeks of the current fiscal year, or school year. And the basic allocation amount that we give the schools, we cut 5% of it. We'll probably give it back to them pretty soon once we know how things are coming out with the revenues. The departments have already entered the budgets. I skipped one. The schools are working on the budget right now. The deadline for them to enter in the system, ALIO, is May 14th, which is this coming Friday. The departments already entered theirs. They got their allocation about 2 weeks earlier, so they're done with their allocation. They're in the system already. State-funded departments like bilingual, state compensatory, those departments like that, they haven't gotten any amount yet because their budgets are usually affected by payroll first. Whatever payroll we have, it's deducted from the allocation they get, and the remainder, that's what they enter in the budget. They distribute to the schools, and they set it all up like that, but they have to wait till we have better figures on the budget, on the ADA, and on the payroll, if we're going to have pay raises. So usually they get their budgets late in June, early May, sometimes late May, depending on the changes we make. So they don't have the budget yet. Only the schools are on local funds. The band, orchestra, mariachi, and choir, the band directors, and the administrators in charge of those programs are working on the student counts for next year. They're already working up. When they give us that amount, we also multiply those counts to a certain amount that we give them, and that's how they get the budget they get. Thank you. That is the only information we have on that. So right now, we just have some brief information on the next items, which are integral part of the budget. On tax rates, the M&R rate, which is currently 0.9989 of a dollar, it is expected to be compressed even further, which means it's going to go down. The INS rate will remain the same. The medical benefit contributions from district or employees, we haven't done anything with that. It's still early to decide whether we're going to increase them and by how much. In employee vacancies, we will have some, but we still don't have numbers on that. As we go with the next budget workshops, comments from the board or departments, schools, we'll improve the information, or increase the information that we have on the budget workshops, and we'll present it to the board. So right now, the next workshop that we have on the budget will be before the next board meeting, which is June 14, the current year. That is all I have on the budget at this time. It's just a brief to let you know how the process is going. As we get more information, we'll improve it, and we'll let you all know. Do you have any questions on the comments I made?
Are there any, Mr. Los Santos?
Well, for the 21-22 budget that you're, I don't want to jump ahead of the schedule because I know you're going to be talking about the ESSER grant.
Yes.
Okay, but like there in the ESSER grant, there is some options that you have there to reclassify and also utilize because the period of the grant is going to be available in the budget. You can reclassify some
Yes,
personnel.
but yes, that is not reflected here. Last time when we did the budget, we said we do not have any money allocated for COVID-19.
Right.
Because we don't know yet what we need.
Yes.
Now we won't have to worry about it because ESSER will provide it.
Okay.
But I will mention that in the next section.
Perfect.
On the budget or the workshop.
Jose Villa?
Anybody else?
Yes, thank you very much for the
Yeah.
information. Okay, do we have something new there?
Okay. It's the same presentation. I'll give you a copy. Thank you.
Item 4, Dr. Canales, discussion on notice of the intent to apply for the ESSER III grant funds.
Yes, Board Trustees, as Mr. Los Santos said, we will be getting ESSER funds, and the district fully intends to apply for the funds. The ESSER III objectives, we set 3 right here. It's about a safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan. Another objective is that we have to set aside 20% for the learning loss. We've been talking about learning loss and failures and accelerating the opportunities for students to catch up on anything that was missed. And so the ESSER grant does exist for that purpose as well. And it's recommended for one-time, short-term expenditures to address the needs caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. There is an application process with several steps. The first one is to identify needs with stakeholders. Then it's the allocation of funds based upon the needs that surface to the top in terms of priorities. Then we submit the application, we implement the program, and then we evaluate the effectiveness of the program, how we spent our monies. It does involve consultation with all kinds of stakeholders. When you read through the ESSER III information, that includes the school board, you as our trustees, our principals, our teachers, our staff, our community, our families, and our students. The ESSER III is from March 13th, 2020 through September 30th, 2024. That's the period of when we can use these funds. So in some cases, it will reimburse the districts for expenses already occurred due to the pandemic, whether it's learning loss or it's safety, like air filtration systems and other things. So the initial allocation is about $42 million. The remaining allocation will be about $21 million. The total allocation to Weslaco ISD is $63,205,931. There is a timeline that we have just to let you know about the steps that we have to follow in order to submit the application, starting with we have had meetings, including an FAQ overview meeting for department heads. So that was on April the 29th. On May 4th, we had a principals meetings to go over some of the FAQs. We're going to have other meetings with department chairs. Oh, tomorrow is a meeting for reviewing allowable and non-allowable expenditures, to talk about data collection, and to start preparing for a systemic needs assessment process. We'll use the same process across departments, across campuses. And then we have to discuss the prioritization. Lots of needs are going to surface, so which are the most pressing? And we will rely on all stakeholders to prioritize. So then we have another department meeting, which would be the second, to gather data, prepare feedback for the district's needs assessment. We'll have a stakeholder meeting. We've scheduled that for May 20th, 2021. It'll be like a town hall meeting. We will have physicians present. We'll have people present about ESSER. And we'll have hopefully lots of involvements. That will be virtually streamed. It will be at the PAC. We'll have people in the audience to talk about the ESSER and the opportunities and the needs. The timeline continues. We will take the needs to the District Advisory Committee, which 2/3 are elected to serve by their campus peers. And we have others on that committee as well as part of the needs assessment process. We plan to bring to the June meeting, we have to have a public hearing to share the plan and seek public comments and school board input. So we plan to bring it to the June 14th, 2021 meeting. We also have survey information that we'll be doing as part of DAC. We'll submit the application approximately June 25th, and we'll start implementing the ESSER III grants fall 2021 through fall 2024. So what does this grant, what does it allow? What does the money allow? It allows for safety across our campuses, including ventilation, cleaning, HVAC systems, sanitation initiatives, including training. I think we've done a great job of training our staff, but we can continue that training. Sanitation supplies to minimize the spread of infectious disease, and facility repair improvements. So there's a lot allowed when it comes to safety. It continues. Inspection, testing, maintenance, repair, and replacement to improve indoor air quality, filtering, purification, and other control systems, and window and door repair replacement are all allowed under safety. Learning loss, 20% must be spent on learning loss. That constitutes about 12 what is that? 6 million, a little above that. So this is for summer learning, extended day, after school programs, extended school year, professional development such as technology integration, reading academies, they're already underway, dyslexia training, and high quality instructional materials, making sure we secure those. We can also pay for tutors. We can reduce class size. We can have small group instruction, staff retention, recruitment, incentive pays allowed, instructional coaching. So there's a lot when it comes to learning loss. And again, 20% of the funds must be spent on addressing learning loss. Allow expenditures include technology, devices, upgrades to infrastructure, cabling, library upgrades, classroom media systems, learning management systems, and digital tools. So when the pandemic started last year, we did have teacher committees that advised us on what they needed to teach remotely. So that process will continue as we look at ESSER III funding. And we've gotten some notes through the experience of what may be needed as we continue. Continue with technology, educational applications, staff training, and safe technology security upgrades are allowed. And that concludes some of the allowables and a little information about ESSER. Again, in the board meeting to the superintendent's report, we will announce that it is our notice to apply for ESSER funds. And we need to do that as part of the process.
Thank you, Dr. Canales. Mr. Los Santos, any questions? No questions. Okay, so we have to leave, so if there's no further discussion, then we can adjourn. The time now is 5:35. This workshop is adjourned. We still don't have a Are we ready? Okay, let's go again. Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar Jr., President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:42, and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call by calling board members, see who's present. I believe Mrs. Susaita, they had
An emergency.
an emergency, so she may not be here. Dr. Jaime Rodriguez, Mr. Isidoro Nieto, Coach Jesse Trevino,
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos,
Present.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez,
Present.
and myself, Armando Cuellar. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum of board members in attendance. Item 3, opening prayer. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, the opening prayer of the invocation tonight will be delivered by Mrs. Rosa Garcia.
Good evening. Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us, Lord. And I thank you, Lord, for being so gracious unto all of us, Heavenly Father, and for just opening the doors and the floodgates of heaven, Lord, and pouring over us and every detail of our lives, Father God. You are in control, Lord, and we appreciate that. And we recognize that, Heavenly Father. As such, Lord, I pray over each of our board members, Lord, be with them. Bless them, Lord, their families. I thank you, Lord, for the time that they give, Heavenly Father, to ensure that our students have successful futures, Heavenly Father, and we honor you for that, Lord. And we want to honor you, Lord, by all that we do, Heavenly Father, and we say and we think and in our actions, Lord. Help us be who you want us to be, Lord. Thank you so much for everything, Lord. Continue to bless our district the way you have, Heavenly Father. Continue to give Dr. Canales, Lord, the wisdom and knowledge to lead us, Lord, and the board members, Heavenly Father, knowledge and wisdom to help her, Heavenly Father, guide us to be just better than what we can be. Thank you for each of our administrators, Lord. And I especially pray for our kids, Heavenly Father. Bless them, Lord. Be with them, Lord. We know they have so many different needs, Lord. And I just pray, Lord, that you be on them and their families, Lord, and just help us be a blessing to them. Thank you, Lord, for having us in a position of service, Lord, where we can honor you with that. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Item 4, Pledge of Allegiance. Texas Pledge. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, our pledge will be led by Allison Danielle Martinez, a fourth grader from Justice Raul Gonzalez Elementary. She is a daughter of John Martinez and Carol Fuentes. Inside the classroom, Allison has shown that she can overcome the challenges that come with remote learning, and she has excelled. This pandemic has significantly highlighted our students' leadership, and Allison is no exception. If you enter a Zoom session, you will surely see her in action, either assisting her classmates or her teachers. The pandemic has allowed her to blossom as a student leader. Outside of the classroom, Allison enjoys jiu-jitsu. She plays softball at the Weslaco Softball Baseball League and soccer at the Weslaco Youth Soccer League. Allison plans to be a doctor and attend Texas Tech University in Lubbock, and I believe she's with us online. Allison, are you there?
Yes.
Hello and welcome. We're glad to have you.
Hello.
So you're going to lead us in the pledge. We'll stand up. Hey, Allison, we're ready.
Okay. Please rise and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in reciting the Texas Pledge. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You did a great job, Allison.
Thank you.
Item 5, awards and recognitions. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, we have a lot of student recognitions this evening and a couple of staff recognitions. Mr. Robledo will lead us to this part. Mr. Robledo.
Good evening. We have plenty of awards and recognitions and accolades for our students, so we'd like to get through that. Tonight, we want to start off by recognizing some FFA students. There we go. We want to recognize several FFA students who participated in the 2021 Texas FFA District Area Career Development Events, CDEs, in Robstown. CDEs allow students to put their classroom knowledge and practice through contests that highlight various career paths in the agricultural industry. Weslaco ISD students compete in the FFA Citrus Valley District. From Weslaco East High School, winning first place in district in the entomology team, and members are, for this district championship team, Ethan Alejandro, Jackson Galvan, Octavio Vallejo, Charles Christian Cromer. Also winning first place in district is the poultry team. Team members are, in this district championship team, Evelyn Martinez, William Cameron Cromer, Angela Torres. Both teams advanced to the Area 10 competition and placed 10th. Instructors are John Romo, Rolando Gonzalez, and Jody Lackey. Several FFA members from Weslaco High School. We go back to the original slide. We still got a few more on this slide. Thank you. Several FFA members from Weslaco High School are also competed in the District CDE in the Prepared Public Speaking. Cooper Ford won first place in agricultural policy event, and Lily Ford won first place at the soil stewardship and plant science events. Both students advanced to the Area 10 competition to be held May 17th. The CDE livestock judging competition, the Weslaco FFA team beat out 52 teams to win a district championship. These students advanced to the Area 10 competition and won 10th place. The champions are Kylie Selman, Cooper Ford, Lily Ford, and Justin Calderon. The CDE Dairy Cattle Judging Competition, the Weslaco FFA team won district. These students advanced to the Area 10 competition and won second place, qualifying for state. These state qualifiers and district champions are Kylie Selman, Justin Calderon, Rowley Sandoval. Instructor is Juan Cadera. Next slide, please. We are also happy to announce that the FFA Citrus Valley District will have 2 Weslaco students as officers next year. From Weslaco East High School, Angela Torres was selected as treasurer. From Weslaco High School, Lily Ford will serve as president for the 2021-2022 school year. Congratulations to these young ladies. Next slide. This evening, we would also want to celebrate marketing student Teresa Velez. This Weslaco East High School senior won first place in the Young Entrepreneurs of the Rio Grande Valley Challenge, hosted by RGV Lead. Teresa wanted to help our community pursue healthier diets and therefore developed a new app, Wise Eats. The app helps empower consumers to make healthier food choices. Teresa won the grand prize of $1,500. Congratulations, Teresa. Next slide, please. Also this evening, we want to congratulate the Weslaco East High School baseball team. The Wildcats brought home a 32-5A co-district championship. This is a first for Weslaco East High School baseball. Members of the team are Caleb Escamilla, Javi Garza, Samuel Covarrubias, Brandon Villarreal, Jared Perez, Jesse Lopez, Alex Solis, Edward Villa, Joseph Perez, Jose Rodriguez, Jesus Ramirez, Jacob Rodriguez, Sean Martinez, Michael Brown, Jesus Grimaldo, Nick Solis, Gabriel Villarreal, Nathan Rivas, Jorge Zavala, Antonio Balboa. Managers are Alejandro Soto and Brian De Luna. Head coach, Mike Brown. with assistants Jaime Castelleda, Marcus Bowen, Rick Medina, Martin Chavez Sr., Martin Chavez Jr., and Rene Carillon. Again, congratulations, Weslaco East High School Baseball, co-district champions. Next slide. Tonight, we want to congratulate members of the high school powerlifting programs. Representing Weslaco East High School, the girls' state powerlifting bronze medalist is Cyan Hernandez in the 97-pound division. Also from Weslaco East, state qualifier Jay Vasquez in the 114-pound division. Boys state powerlifting bronze medalists are Jorge Guajardo in the 132-pound division and Zeke Negrete in the 275-pound division. Congratulations. Representing Weslaco High School, the 2021 girls powerlifting season was shortened due to COVID-19. The team won first place in the dual meet and tri-meet. 5 girls medaled at regionals and advanced to state. State qualifiers are Carla Rodriguez, Denise Gonzalez. Medaling state bronze medalists are Mariana Quiroz, Destiny Gonzalez, Leslie Montelongo. 2 Weslaco High School powerlifting boys advanced to state. Larry Strickland qualified for state in the 220-pound division, and Sergio Lerma captured the state championship title in the 181-pound division. Girls head coach Domingo Vento, boys head coach Heriberto Ramirez. Congratulations once again to everyone. Let's move on now to girls track, because tonight we want to congratulate the Weslaco High School girls track and field team for their outstanding season. The Lady Panthers are now 9-time district champions and 8-time area champions after completing the 2021 season. Team members are Ana Vela, Kennedy Villalpando, Aureli Loya Trevino, Brisa Garcia, Patience Estrada, who was an area qualifier in the shot put, Araceli Moreno, district champion discus and area qualifier in the shot put, Stephanie Almazan, area and regional qualifier in the pole vault, Alexa Davila, district and area champion member of the 4x2, 4x4 relay, area qualifier in the 4x1 relay and regional qualifier. Alessa Zapata, district and area champion member of the 4x2 relay, area qualifier in the 200-meter dash, regional qualifier. Mary Pugh, district and area champion member of the 4x2 relay, area champion member of the 4x4 relay, area qualifier in the 100-meter dash, 4x100-meter relay. Also, Emma Arndt, district champion and area qualifier long jump, district champion member of the 4x2, 4x4 relays, district runner-up and area qualifier in the triple jump. Also, Calissa Cavazos, district and area champion in the 300-meter hurdles and 4x4 relay, area champion member of the 4x2 relay regional qualifier. Also, we have Destiny Longoria, district and area champion in the 3,200-meter, 1,600-meter, district and area runner-up in the 800-meter run regional qualifier. Jada Huff, district runner-up in the high jump, area champion and regional champion in the high jump, state qualifier in the high jump. Moving on now to Amity Ebarb. Let's go back that one slide one more time. Thank you. Amity Ebarb, district, area, and regional champion in the 800-meter run, district and area champion in the 400-meter run. Also, she was part of the 4x4 relay, area champion in the triple jump, area runner-up in the long jump, also a state qualifier. Head coach Pablo Almaguer with assistants Liliana Skalitsky, Jaime Cavazos, Billy Rivera, Axel Valle, and Josh Cantu. Once again, congratulations, Weslaco High School girls track. Next slide, please. This season, the Weslaco High School boys wrestling team went 4-0 in dual meets, winning the dual meet championship title and the 16-6A district championship title. The individual district champions are Gabriel Quiroga, Noah Perez, Gabriel Cáceres, Aaron Ramirez, Elijah Echartea, Dante De Anda, Tommy Garces. Roman Saldana qualified for state after placing 3rd at regionals. Head coach for the wrestling team at Weslaco High School, Rolando Becerra. Assistant coaches are Cruz Garcia and Victoria Papacek. Next slide, please. Tonight, we want to congratulate the members of the Weslaco East High School Choir who recently won sweepstakes. The choir received a superior rating in concert and sight reading. Choir members are Julianne Alejandro, Paisley Garza, Faith Gonzalez, Hope Gonzalez, and Brianna Gomez. Choir director is Jeffrey Figueroa with Rebecca Burgett. We also want to congratulate the Weslaco East High School Wind Ensemble, which won a mini sweepstakes trophy. The ensemble earned Division I ratings in concert and sight reading. Representing the Wildcats sweepstakes ensemble are from the flute section, Clarissa Alvarez, Andrea Garcia, Michaela Moreno, and Jaylee Zamora. Clarinets are Riley Caballero, Sydney Caballero. Bass clarinets are Maria Fernandez Perez, Karina Ramirez. Alto saxophone, Priscilla Caballero. Tenor sax, Diana Villagomez Barajas. Trumpets are Jorge Castillo, Leila Castillo, Leslie Quintero, and Isabella Sanchez. Trombone, Emma Garcia. Euphoniums, Brenda Belmaris, Santos Camacho. Ruby Espinosa is part of the tuba section, along with Derek Salinas. Percussions, Cielo Castillo, Alexis Cruz, Krantz Esparza, Tristan Quintero, Marisa Rodriguez, Miguel Torres. Band director, Armando Cuellar. Congratulations once again, Weslaco East students. Moving on now, next slide. Our Weslaco High School Honors Band also won the mini sweepstakes trophy recently. The band earned a Division I rating in concert and sight reading. Representing the Panther Sweepstakes Band is from the flute section, Emily Van Tilburg, Victoria Abrego, Ayana Sepulveda. Clarinets are Antonio Sanchez, Isabella Tinoco, Eliza Gonzalez, Kara Maxwell. Bass clarinets are Sarah Rodriguez, Natalie Estrada. Alto saxophone, Reina Johnson, Christian Aguilar. Tenor sax, Jose Lopez. Bari sax, Destiny Cruz. Trumpets are Anthony Ortiz, Livia Guerrero, Caitlin Burciaga, Conrado Rodriguez, Tristan Solis. Horns, Connor Bustillos, Litzy Cedillo, Mia Cavazos. Trombones, Angel Colon, Justin Garcia, Nidia Murillo. Bass trombone, Ricardo Ramos. Euphoniums, Abraham Mireles, Antonia Borjas, Jason Vallejo. Tubas, Erasro Zapata, Jaime Saenz. Percussion we have Fernando Perez, Anthony Anciso, Nathaniel Alvarado, Oliver Serrano, Jonathan Alvarado, Sebastian Flores, and Ryan Rivera. The piano, Derek Cavazos. Band director, Rodrigo Leal. Once again, congratulations, students from Weslaco High School. Tonight, we want to congratulate several talented high school artists who recently competed in the Visual Arts Scholastic event, also known as VASE competition, and received regional gold medals. From Weslaco East High School, our gold medalists are Jay Guerrero, Gil Mendoza, Jose DJ Salceda, Sydney Thompson, Jacqueline Rodriguez, Odalis Castillo Alcantara. Winning double gold medals are Erlinda Guzman, Leonel Jorge Cano, Jennifer Rodriguez Maravilla. State qualifier is Jacqueline Rodriguez. From Weslaco High School, our gold medalists are Autumn Salinas, Michael Celaya, Amanda Ramos, Rebecca Santiago, Ariel Cavazos, Justin Pineda, Jared Rubio, Manuel Salazar, Jaili Gordis. Winning double gold medals are Clarissa Hasso, Janavi Noyola, and Chole Perez. Receiving superior rating at the state phase competition is Janavi Noyola. The Weslaco ISD Fine Arts Director is Ron Bissett. Next slide, please. Tonight, we want to make a special announcement. Weslaco ISD Fine Arts Program has been honored by the 2021 Best in Communities for Music Education designation from the NAM Foundation. This is the fourth consecutive award for WISD. We have always known that Weslaco ISD is second to none. Students have been developing their musical abilities since elementary through middle school and high school under the guidance, of devoted fine arts teachers and the fine arts program. Tonight, we honor Fine Arts Director Ron Bissett and his talented group of educators for this special recognition. Up next is the recipient of the A+ Award, and this is someone who demonstrates a lot of WISD pride. This individual prepares the grounds at Bobby Lackey Stadium and the baseball and softball stadiums and begins his work before the game and continues after each game. Before the coaches, players, and crowds arrive, he is there to make sure everything is working and looking its best. Long after the stadium lights go out at night, he is there again, making sure the stadium is ready for the next day. He gets there early, stays late in the hot sun, humid nights, and you can always count on him. From the maintenance department, the A+ Employee of the Month for April is Orlando Martinez. Congratulations, Orly. And that concludes our awards and recognition.
Thank you, Carlos. Very lengthy, but I tell you, very, very impressive. A big congratulations from myself and the school board trustees for the outstanding job that all our students and all extracurricular activities, the success and the pride you bring to Weslaco, to all your sponsors, and to Mr. Orlando Martinez for his recognition. So thank you all and congratulations for an outstanding job. Well done. Now we go to item 6, proclamations. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, we have 3 proclamations this evening. Mr. Robledo, you ready to go? You want me to go? Got it? Okay. Mr. Robledo will lead us
Yes,
through the
we're ready.
proclamations. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to start off with National School Nurses Day. Whereas Weslaco ISD youth are treasured national resources whose health, education, and well-being are interrelated, vital concerns of family, school personnel, and community members, and whereas professional and school nurses strengthen and facilitate the educational process by improving and protecting the health status of children and youth. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, president of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 12th, 2021 as National School Nurses Day. Next proclamation, School Lunch Hero Day and School Nutrition Employee Week. Whereas nutritious meals at school are an essential part of the school day, and whereas the staff of the district's Food and Nutrition Services Department are committed to providing healthful nutrition meals to the district children, whereas the men and women who prepare and serve school meals help nurture the children through their daily interaction and support. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, president of Weslaco Independent School Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 3rd through the 7th, 2021 as School Nutrition Employee Week and the day of Friday, May 7th as School Lunch Hero Day. One more proclamation here, Better Hearing and Speech Month. Be it so resolved that the month of May be proclaimed as Better Hearing and Speech Month, and we encourage all citizens to recognize the achievements of our professionals in improving the quality of life for people with communication disorders. We salute the speech pathologists, speech therapists who work tirelessly to bring better hearing and speech to the 1 in 10 families who are affected by communication disorders. Speech and language disorders take many forms. Babies can be born with this disorder. Accidental injury or illness can cause them at any age. Speech and language disorders can limit academic achievement, social adjustment, and career goals. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, president of WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 2021 as Better Hearing and Speech Month. And that concludes our proclamations.
Thank you, Carlos, and on all those recognized through proclamation, thank you for the work y'all do. We're very appreciative, and we wish you all the very best and continued success. Thank you very much. Let the record reflect that Mr. Nieto joined us at 5:50. Item 7, public comments. Do we have the individual?
You may talk now.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jesus Mendoza. My phone number is 956-583-7012. I have been homebound for more than 10 years with a life-threatening electro-hypersensitivity EHS, which is caused and aggravated by exposure to the same wireless microwave radiation reaching children and teachers at school.
Wait.
I have,
Hold on just a minute. Is this Mr. Mendoza?
yes, sir.
Okay, let's start again. Clearly identify yourself and give your address.
Yes, sir. Okay, I have 3 minutes or 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to read something to you, Mr. Mendoza. What is your address?
It is 2202 East 28th Street.
Okay,
That is Mission, Texas 78574, sir.
okay. I'm going to read something first before I give you the floor, okay?
Okay, do I have 3 minutes or 5 minutes, sir?
Okay, here we go. Pursuant to, just a minute. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on the subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at the board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board, unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You may now proceed with your comments. You have 5 minutes. At 4 minutes, Mr. Trevino will let you know that you have 1 minute left. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jesus Mendoza, and my phone number is 956-583-7012. I have been homebound for more than 10 years with a life-threatening electro-hypersensitivity, EHS, which is caused and aggravated by exposure to the same wireless microwave radiation reaching children and teachers at school. I have been violently ill several times. I'm sleep deprived and in pain all the time. Every day is a different torture. This is a horrible way to die. My EHS has been recognized by federal and state agencies and by courts as a physical medical condition and as a disability. Electrosensitivity proves conclusively that exposure to radiation below the federal safety limits causes severe harm and disabilities, and that exposing children to microwave radiation defeats the purpose of education. It is estimated that without knowing, more than 50% of the population is already suffering symptoms of electrosensitivity. Children, teachers, doctors, attorneys, and even a director of the World Health Organization are suffering from EHS. Please see wearetheevidence.org. Despite that EHS is reaching pandemic proportions, most doctors are in the dark or in denial and continue misdiagnosing and mistreating with harmful drugs and invasive procedures, symptoms that disappear with just reducing exposure to microwave radiation. A law firm filed a federal lawsuit with evidence of how cell phones used by our children emit more than 5 times the levels allowed by federal law, when even short doses of radiation above the federal safety limits causes harm even to healthy and strong adults. And 7 law firms are warning school officials of the potential civil and criminal liability of exposing children unnecessarily to harmful microwave and 5G radiation when an expensive hardwired broadband is readily available. According to experts, electrosensitivity is not an isolated set of symptoms, but ongoing injuries to the immunological neurological system, which are progressively aggravating to reversibility by exposure to microwave radiation. Some of the symptoms of electrosensitivity include pain, swelling of vital organs, swelling of face, head and eyes, symptoms of heart attack and stroke, and loss of skin, flu and allergy symptoms, and stomach, sleeping, vision, hearing, memory, speech, concentration, and breathing problems. Headaches, palpitations, arrhythmias, chest pain, high and low blood pressure, seizures, paralysis, unconsciousness, nose bleeding, internal bleeding, fever, tremors, involuntary movements, dizziness, nausea, irritability, depression, anxiety, fatigue, muscle and joint pain, pain cramps, numbness, tooth pain, gum swelling and blisters, tingling, itching of skin, burning and dry eyes, eye pressure, blurred vision, sinusitis, asthma, testicular and ovarian pain, dry lips, tongue and mouth, inordinate thirst, dehydration, altered blood sugar levels in persons of male, miscarriages, and birth defects. Scientific studies prove most doctors are confounding the symptoms of electrosensitivity with symptoms of other illnesses, including autism, ADHD, dyslexia, PTSD, and heart attack and stroke, multiple sclerosis, fibromyalgia, hypothyroidism, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, rheumatoid arthritis, chronic fatigue syndrome, diabetes, and major depression, and suicidal tendencies, as detailed by the request to protect our children submitted to the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Education, Dr. Miguel Cardona, and posted on the case materials of wirelesswatchblog.org, wirelesswatchblog.org. Ladies and gentlemen, your prompt response to this evidence can save the lives of children and teachers and of other defenseless and unsuspecting victims. Thank you very much for giving serious consideration to this matter. Respectfully. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now entertain a motion to change the order of agendas by going to item 11K, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the second invoice from Weaver and Tidwell LLP for work done in the forensic audit of the district, and to go into closed meeting to discuss A, personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 1, employment of personnel, certified professional and non-contractual personnel. 2, resignation -- retirements. A, discussion of superintendent's retirement at the end of the 2021-2022 school year, June 30. Deliberation. 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. A, discussion of renewal of probationary contract for teachers for the 2021-2022 school year. B, discussion and renewal of contracts for district administrators, a one-year contract. C, discussion regarding proposed non-renewal of employee on term contract. D, superintendent's recommendation for the position of fine arts director. E, superintendent's recommendation for the position of safety and security director. B, deliberation regarding acquisition of real property, Texas Government Code 551.072. And C, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation. B, a settlement offer. Or C, a matter in which a duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Mark de los Santos. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Coach Jesse Trevino. Let's take it to a vote.
Can we have a discussion real quick on why you want to go into executive session?
Okay. Yes, let's bring it to discussion.
Discussion of, as far as Weaver, looking into the bill, and then also they're also on the clock, so moving into executive session, discuss the charges that they submitted under item K.
Which is part of the contract, right?
Right, as part of the contract.
Okay,
Okay, I'll get this in.
so we will do this to discuss that contract.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's take it to a vote and signify your approval by saying aye. Dr. Jaime Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Jesse Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We will now go into closed meeting, and the time now is 6:16. Now is 10:08, and we are reconvening an open meeting. Item 13. A, possible action necessary on item discussed in closed meeting. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I'm asking that you approve the new employment of certified and professional and non-contractual personnel as discussed in closed session.
So move. Do I have a motion? So move. Second. Okay, Mr. Nieto moves, has motion, and a second by Dr. Rodriguez. Just take it to a vote to signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Is Mr. Saita here?
No.
Okay, Dr. Jaime Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto? Aye. Costeño?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Excuse me, can we also go back to number K, please? Item K,
Are we gonna
it's on the
include
forensic.
that because we did it in the
Yes,
closed session?
Yes.
Okay, we can. On item 11K, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the second invoice from Weaver and Tidwell LLP for work done on the forensic audit of the district. Dr. Canales?
So Board of Trustees, this is for the payment. I need to pull K right now. Hold on. So this is for, I'm recommending that you consider to approve the payment of the second invoice, and that's invoice number 10669859, submitted by the CPA firm of Weaver and Tidwell LLP, dated May 5th, 2021, in the amount of $73,562.50 for forensic work done from April 1st, 2021 to April 30th, 2021.
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez. And a second by
De Los Santos.
Mr. De Los Santos. Let's vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Nieto?
Aye.
Costeño?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. That takes us to the discussion and possible action on the resignations and retirements, Dr. Canales?
So I'm asking that you approve the resignations and retirements as discussed in closed session.
So move. Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Nieto. Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Costeño?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. 3, discussion and possible action on renewal of probationary contract for teachers for the 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Canales.
Trustees, I'm recommending that you renew probationary contracts for teachers for next school year.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez,
Second.
second by Mr. Nieto. Signify your vote. Your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Costeño?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Hey, sir,
I'm here now.
Mr. Saita.
Okay, Jackie?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm here now.
Okay. Jackie Staita, you approval?
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay, we have an aye on that one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that you did join the meeting at 6:27. Dr. Rodriguez also joined at 6:07, and Mr. Gonzalez left the meeting at 7:30. Let's continue with the discussion items. The discussion and possible action on the renewal of contracts for district administrators on one-year contract, Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees Administrator is recommending that you approve the renewal of contracts for district administrators on one-year contracts.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto,
Second.
second by Dr. Rodriguez. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Staita?
I
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. 5, discussing a possible action on proposed non-renewal of employee on term contract. Dr. Canales.
Is recommending that you approve the proposed non-renewal of employee AG on term contract.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Los Santos, and do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Nieto. Let's signify your approval. Saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Costa Trevino? Aye. And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 6, a discussion and possible action on superintendent's recommendation for the fine arts director. Dr. Canales.
It's a no action item for this board meeting.
Okay, no action item. Correct. Item 7, discussion and possible action on superintendent's recommendation for the safety and security director. Dr. Canales.
This is also no action item for this meeting.
Thank you. And number 8, discussion and possible action on acquisition of real property. Dr. Canales.
A no action item.
No
for this
action
meeting.
item. Thank you. Okay, that takes us back to superintendent's report, which is item 8. Dr. Canales.
Okay, for the superintendent's report, we do have several sections of this report. We'll begin with the COVID-19 data. The COVID data information, as on May the 6th, we had 110 new cases in our county, 118 hospitalizations, and 39 in ICU, and 2 deaths. So you can see the trend line, it's going down. Hopefully it will continue. Next slide. For the city of Weslaco, on May 6th, we had 7 infections in the entire city, and hopefully this will continue downward too. Next slide. Hospital capacity is now at, as of May 5th, at 5.82%. At one point, at the high had been close to 20%, so this is good news too. Next slide. Hidalgo County Dashboard, Board of Trustees, just this information, it's just for, you can glance at it and we'll move on to the next slide. Summary of COVID cases, this is of May 10th, which is today. We have 4 student positives and 2 staff positives in our school district. Next slide. Summary by school district, you can see the campuses on this slide where we have students and or staff cases. So we have Margot Elementary, we have Memorial Elementary with student cases. Margot also has a staff case, and we have Weslaco High School with 1 student case. So that's 4-2 for a total of 6 in our school district. Next slide. We do compare ourselves to other districts. Weslaco ISD at 510, 6. And you can compare us to Harlingen at 7, Sherrilyn at 8, Donna at 11, Edinburgh at 14, PSJ 57, Brownsville 70, and McAllen at 162. Next slide. Vaccinations do continue. We have this Tuesday, 2nd dose at Hidalgo County, Tuesday in the afternoon, 1st dose at the by the Weslaco Fire Department. Thursday, AM and PM, first dose. So the point for this is vaccinations are still available in our city, and we encourage all who want to get them to get them. And it will continue. Our nurses continue to assist with the vaccinations for our community. Next slide. Stephen, COVID-19 vaccinations, there has been data submitted to the Food and Drug Administration for review and possible emergency authorization that would clear children over 12 for COVID-19 vaccinations. We're expecting authorization possibly to come out this week for that. Pfizer did have first announced that children from 5 to 11, that they may have something available for them in July. And then for younger children, possibly in September. So we're going to keep our eyes out and our ears out on this. Next slide. This is our district enrollment. In terms of enrollment, we're down 597 from last year at 31 weeks. And our ADA is at 94.25. It is lower than what it was last year at this time, which was 96.7. That's a difference of 86 students impacting ADA. And here you have the breakdown by campus by campus level for enrollment in ADA. Our biggest difference is at elementary schools with a negative 486 when compared to last year. Next slide. On-campus attendance last week, every single day last week, we had over 3,000 students in attendance at our campuses for about, was that 21% of our students attending in person. So this last week represented a 612 increase from the week before, April 26th to April the 30th. Next slide. This is the elementary and secondary school fund. For those of you that were at the workshop, I went over these slides. This is an opportunity for the district. It does come with requirements. Next slide. So there's 3 objectives: from a safe return to in-person and continuity services plan to 20% of it for learning loss. And next slide. There's an application process. There's 4 steps in that process, from identifying needs to evaluating the effectiveness on the program that we implement. Next slide. It does involve consultation with stakeholders. We need our community involved, from you, our school board, to our principals, our teachers, our staff, our families, and even our students as we develop needs and prioritize needs. Next slide. We do have, it does apply to expenditures from March 13th, 2020 to September 30th, 2024. Our initial allocation is over 42 million. Our remaining allocation will be over 21 million for a total allocation of $63 million for Weslaco ISD for that time period. Next slide. Here's a timeline. We have started the process involving stakeholders. We will have a big community meeting on May the 20th at the PAC to gather input. That will be virtual. That's a major step. We will survey students, staff, and stakeholders to identify needs. We have to prioritize the needs. Next slide. Our plans are to bring it to the board on the June 14th meeting so we can submit shortly after that to the state. Next slide. Allowable expenditures for safety, from ventilation to sanitation initiatives and supplies to facility repairs and improvements. Next slide. Also for safety, for inspection, maintenance, repair, replacement, improving indoor quality, filtering, purification, and other control systems, window and door replacements are allowed. Next slide. Other allowables are for learning loss. 20% of the funds have to be on learning loss. That's approximately $12,600,000 plus dollars. This includes summer learning, extended day, after school, extended school year, professional development, and things like dyslexia, high quality materials, reading academies, tutor pay, reduced class size, small group instruction. So 20% has to go towards learning loss occurred because of the pandemic. Next slide.
Can I
Yes, sir.
have a question there.
Yes,
Can we
sir.
go back to that? That's summer learning, extended day, after-school programs, extended
School year.
school year. Is this talking about this summer right now? Going into this summer,
It could
correct?
be for the summer. We have the funding for this summer, Mr. Trevino. So through state comp sources, but it could be, yes.
Okay. Would we be able to, at this time, Oscar, or consider increasing the summer pay for the coaching, the summer strength and conditioning program, since those kids, those students have lost a lot during the school year, for extra help, or even increasing the amount for the coaches to be out there as well, I guess, or not just coaches, but the personnel that take care of the gym, that takes care of the strength and conditioning. Couldn't we use these funds to increase that, since it is summer learning? I mean, it is a,
Yeah, this would be more, Coach, the way that I read this right now, and we can review the document tomorrow again. But the way that I understand after our first meeting would be primarily for academic loss, reading, math. So to use these funds for that, it would focus to that. Now, Dr. Garcia, you also read through it thoroughly. Did you? On the use of funds for summer learning loss, it's academic.
I agree with you, but I think that again, I think it's more for academics. But we'll look at it again.
Yeah, the additional grants that are awarded are
Academic.
for academics right now.
Right.
But us, through our local budget, could look at, like we did with the teachers, went
that
from,
extra pay?
correct.
Right.
And that's on the agenda for the teachers today.
Correct.
Okay.
Dr.
That would
Canales.
probably have to come out of local. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because what we can do right now is we can utilize the funds we currently have when these, because I read part of the regulations on the ESSER funding, but you can reimburse yourself because you go back
Yes.
and you can reimburse yourself for those expenses. You can have an expanded summer learning academic program, grade recovery,
Correct.
credit recovery, whatever the case may be. And once these funds come in, you can reimburse yourself for that as well. right?
Yes, yes, you're correct, sir. Yes.
And I don't know if Mr. Garlic, are you still on, Mr. Garlic? On that question from Mr. Trevino?
I'm sorry, say again?
It's on the question that Mr. Trevino posed right now as far as the, using some of that money for the summer learning for athletic purposes.
Yeah, what would have to, to do that, we would have to use the academic money from ESSER III, but that would then free up that would free up local money to use that. As far as reimbursing for summer school, because we're paying for summer school primarily out of state comp supplemented by some federal funds, those would not be reimbursable this summer. If we were using local money, we could do that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garlick. Okay,
Dr. Canales, have we brought up approved summer programs for athletics? We already approved them.
We approved it, yes,
Yeah,
but
they've been through.
I know I think it's ever since I was there, 7-8 years, maybe even more with paying at the same rate. You know, right now we're coming off of this COVID thing and so forth. We need to find ways to increase those numbers. If not, we're falling behind with the athletic programs right now. And I don't think we want to be in the same boat that some of these other school districts are in. And in order for us to continue to, excel with the same expectations as in the next few years, I think we need to increase that amount to possibly even
yeah,
encourage more coaches to attend out there and just to be visible around with students, because I think more students are going to come out this summer. And I think that's one thing that we need to look at.
we can take a look at it and evaluate that. Mr. Trevino.
And we probably have another board meeting before the June board meeting that we would be able to approve that adjustment.
Yeah, and I think what it does is it'll stimulate the student participation in the classroom, because it all goes in, it's an incentive thing, and the transition of getting back to school, I think will be a very proactive thing to look at. I think it'll be a win-win to do what Coach Trevino is suggesting, find a way to do this, because if I remember correctly, when I was still doing this, one of the things that was a very productive thing was students that were in school at the time, summer school, that would come and utilize the athletic facility. So,
And it is summer learning. I know districts like Houston and so forth, they build some of those big old complexes based off of fine arts money or academic money because of what those buildings are being utilized for. So that's why I was asking to see if we can utilize some of these funds.
whatever we can do to help all our youngsters, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so next slide. Technology is another allowable for expenditures from infrastructure upgrades to cabling, wireless access points, learning management systems, classroom media systems, library upgrades. We had surveyed our teachers last summer, before summer, on what they needed to set up the ideal classrooms to manage online and the virtual experience and face-to-face, and had gotten lots of recommendations. So we can take a look at that and get some more information in terms of needs. The next slide, technology, applications, staff training, security upgrades. Next slide. Takes us to the failure rate. We did tell you, Board of Trustees, that we'd come back and compare the third 6 weeks to the fifth 6 weeks in terms of failure rates. Mr. Aguilar is going to lead us through this section of the superintendent's report. Thank you, Mr. Aguilar.
Yes, ma'am. President Cuellar, Dr. Canales, members of the board. What we did this for this presentation is we wanted to compare our third 6 weeks, which is what we presented back in February, and we wanted to compare it to our fifth 6 weeks. But we did want to talk a little bit in regards to achievement versus student growth. We all know that student growth is going to take a longer period of time, typically a year, to measure students' growth, see where they're at, and see how they've been moving along. And right now, what we're looking at is we're looking more at achievement because we're looking more at measuring that point in time, the standards. And that's what we're looking at right now. So when we're looking at this, again, this is from just recently from TA. And as you can see this, they're also seeing the challenges that everyone is facing. With COVID, the number of students below grade levels likely to increase dramatically, and something that we've been discussing and seeing. A typical summer slide, you see 2.5 months of learning loss that takes place. If we go back to March of last year to the end of the school year in 2020, it added 3.2 more months, which gave it a total of 5.7. Now bring in this whole school year, it can be anywhere from a year, 8 months. So we see the challenges that we're facing with a slide, and we're continuing to work through it. So one of the things we always did, work with our principals, and we looked at the third 6 weeks and the fifth 6 weeks. We do not have pre-K and kinder because those are numeric grades, letter grades versus numeric grades. That's why we went for first all the way to 12th. So if we're looking at first through 8th grade and we compare the third 6 weeks through the fifth 6 weeks, then we had a decrease in failures, which is a very positive thing if you look at the green. So that's district-wide what we're looking at, the green. Where we're still struggling a bit is with our 9th, 10th, and 11th graders. And we gave you a little snippet of our schools just so you can see where we're at with our failure rates. And you can see these are our elementary schools. You see the green. You may see a slight decrease with a certain grade level. Again, you have a couple of the elementary schools there, all in the green. You have the elementary schools there in the green, slight 1% decrease in one of them. Again, you see a couple of grade levels in the red. They did have a drop there. You see the green at the middle schools, which is a very good sign. You see several of them in double digits, which they're improving with that achievement. Same thing there at Central, a slight drop there. Big Arsa. But this is where we're facing our challenges right now. We see the concerns with our 9th, 10th, and 11th graders moving forward. One thing that we're doing, we're still working very strong. Our teachers are working very strong with the administrators, especially in the credit recovery with our Edmentum, our online recovery system. Do a lot of the even night tutoring, trying to get our counselors with the parents one-to-one, trying to bring them in and work with the students. A lot of the home visits, bringing them in. The SELs, that's also been working, having a lot of meetings with, our IPCs. Our planning committees have been also working very well. They also work half-day classes for a lot of our students that are working. We try to make those adjustments, try to work, extend the teaching day to the end of the week. So a lot of these failure rates that you see here, with the last 6 weeks, we should see some improvement going on. I was talking to the high school principals, and they see some of that improving along with what's going to happen in the summer. So we did have a lot of improvements with our schools, but we still have a couple of grade levels that we're still working with, and we're going to move forward with that.
There's a Weslaco East grade 10, 49%.
Yes.
In the first 6 weeks.
49.
Two
or more core classes. Any questions?
Can we, some of these funds that we're receiving, is there anything else? I know Mr. Aguilar mentioned some additional tutoring, some additional, I guess, like credit recovery maybe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I know we're already, but that's a significant number, especially with the seniors there. I see the seniors there at 16%, but the sophomore class is hurting overall. Is this for the district? Yes, 41%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm sorry?
High school.
The high school?
There it is.
So freshmen, both freshman levels from both schools.
It's a freshman.
But really, yes, Kate. But I think Kate is only, I saw the attendance there. It's they have a smaller number of kids there, right?
Correct, sir.
So looking at this data and seeing that the funds that we have available, I'm sure you guys are brainstorming through this, but, I don't know if there's we're going to go into the summer school with a lot of these kids. I don't know if there's a change in format, is the school Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday in summer school?
It's Monday through Thursday. We do have it Monday through Thursday for summer.
So that may be a positive, having that extra day there for recovery. But I know the scheduling Monday through Fridays have been tough on students and teachers. Just, we need to continue to brainstorm and see how we can utilize some of the extra funding that we have acquired now and try to bring this, increase the green, get into the green.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Aguilar, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a good point, Mr. Trevino. A lot of these funds also are going to continue next year, not only summer school, but any innovative programs that we can have for students, like you were saying. It's not only summer school, but also next year. Those funds will be able to use for extended day, Saturday school, whatever we need to, so we can catch up those students.
For 3 years total, I think, right?
Yes,
Yes,
till
up to
2023?
2024.
That's correct.
2024.
So we've
24
been,
March?
we've been fortunate to be able to work with all our campuses with our state
Correct.
compensatory
Correct.
funding, since we didn't have all our normal expenses that we do in a normal year, that allowed us. So we've been working with our principals on what the needs are so they can continue working with the students. And I know they're thinking outside the box because they're having the one-on-one sessions with the students. They're having the night classes, tutoring classes in the evening. They're bringing in parents for one-on-one sessions. So they're really doing a lot outside of the box, to try to get them in, even for our students that are working. They have their jobs, so they're trying to make accommodations for them to come in and finish, get those credits, and getting them to pass and finish up for the year. So I know they're working. And as I was having my discussions with Dr. Gamboa and Mrs. Morales, they said we're going to continue working the 6 weeks. We can already see some improvements with some of them as they're coming in. So it's going to continue. It's going to continue getting better, and they're going to work through that. But we do acknowledge, those are the areas of concern right now in those grade levels.
Sir, I had another question.
Yes, sir.
I know that we approved an increase on pay for summer school for staff to
Yes,
come in. Is that extra duty pay also going to be an increase next year?
Yeah.
For after school?
So just for clarification, that board agenda item is coming back to you later on about
Right.
the summer school pay. But in that agenda item, there is a recommended pay increase for teachers to tutor next school year.
During the regular year? Okay,
Extra-
perfect.
yeah.
If I may chime in also, I'm here online. Through the phone.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
But I know that as a teacher, we got a lot of help from our strategists too. We have a math strategist, reading strategist. They're essential also to the teachers and to the staff who are helping the kids. So just kind of to just shout out to them, and if they can also brainstorm with you, and that's their expertise in getting these kids to be successful. And if they can also just I'm sure they already are brainstorming of what kind of ways, what different options we have to work with these kids. These strategists can really help us out here.
Correct. And that's something that they had a training, an innovative training day today, which is a majority of the day with all our strategists and several directors. And this was part of the discussion that they're already, and we've been discussing it ever since we've been receiving data. It's very difficult when we're looking at the growth during this pandemic because of the validity of the data that we're receiving. If we closed out the last year with all school districts, we had COVID pass and COVID fail when we were in this scenario last year. So we really couldn't work with a lot of that data after March. But we're looking at it more of achievement based on standards that are being taught through the 6 weeks and seeing at that point in time, see how they're doing. The significant point here a lot with our students is more with the lack of engagement, trying to get them. And I guess that's where we're going back and saying, what are we doing to get them on? That's where the increased home visits have taken place, a lot of the counselor visits, the one-on-one. But definitely, we're going to continue looking at that and see how we can continue to support our schools and our students and our teachers.
What about hiring? I know we have instructional coaches, but a coach of some sort that's able to call students, because you just mentioned that yourself right now, a lack of engagement, a position where these individuals, obviously the teachers don't have enough time in their schedule to sit there and call students in and out, in and out. Have, you know, I know when I was there at Horton, we had those counselors there,
Social workers.
social workers type. You know, I think some of these students need that to be reached out, and they need that, you know, some don't. I just heard today, you know, the cave pandemic or the cave symptomatic, where kids are enclosed and nobody wants to interact anymore right now in fear of whatever we're going through. So we need to find another way to see if we can possibly not just, and I know you said we're making home visits, but I think those home visits based or compared to coming from somebody that we're actually teaming up with or they feel accountable to would help some way, shape, or form, you know. I don't know if I'm making
Yes, sir.
my point there.
Good point. And that's something we can look at and we can discuss definitely.
A lot of this age group, you know, is already available to take the vaccine. Are we pushing? Are we, you know, putting that out there? You know, I know, you know, for some of these parents, they might not even know that their child, you know, 16 and older can already qualify for the vaccine. I think that's something that, you know, to maybe reassure parents, you know, hey, you know, vaccine's available. Let's get them back in the classroom. Let's get them back engaged. You know, how much of that are we doing? I know we you know, pushed it for our teachers, for our staff, but what about for our students?
No, we.
With the vaccines, do you want to answer that?
With the vaccines. So we probably could do a better job. The silence right now says that we, you know, we could do more, at least just informing. You know, we wouldn't say you must get the vaccine, but just to say it is available. We do know that the vaccination clinics from the city of Weslaco are on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? Every Tuesday and Thursday, and it's open to any child who's, is it 16? That meets the criteria that is age 16 and over.
Okay.
So we can't, you know, we can do a job of communicating that.
I mean, I think that's a good start. You know, they just try and get them back in the classroom like we've been discussing. And some of these parents know that they can qualify for the vaccine. Maybe they'll consider or reconsider bringing them in.
Right.
And also, what about, you know, getting a motivational speaker to reach out to this grade level, this school, you know, just even if it's a virtual, because I don't know if the county's allowing any type of event like that to occur yet, but even virtually, you know, having kids bringing in motivational speakers that'll target that freshman group, that'll target that sophomore group. And I'm, you know how, I know right now we're not in the regular school setting, but in years past, you bring in you bring a guest speaker and so forth. Having more interactions virtually instead of just sitting there doing your regular classwork,
right,
offering something additional like that to students. That way, you know, I mean, there's a lot of motivational speakers out there that are willing to talk to students, get them out of their zone, whatever they've been used to, and maybe just promoting school.
Right, and those are some really, really good points, because Hattie's research, along with many others, talk about the importance of a significant relationship with one adult, one teacher, somebody on campus. But when you think about the freshmen and the sophomores, they haven't probably been able to develop that relationship because they haven't been on campus interacting face to face with adults in almost, you know, a year and a half now. So we're going to have to find a way to connect, you know, with the children. It may be the motivation speaker, maybe the social worker. It may be this summer. We're going to have to do a lot of transition activities to possibly include not only the incoming sixth graders, but the incoming seventh graders at the middle school level. And then for the high school, the incoming ninth, the incoming 10th, and possibly even the 11th, because the sophomores that are headed to 11th grade haven't been in school since what, May, spring break 2020.
Since March 2020.
So, you know, and you know, coach, that it's the relationships with the adults that make it different, that motivate kids. And we've been absent. We've been out of school. A lot of them. We only have 20% attending right now.
So I would like for us to really look at that.
Yeah.
Start targeting grade levels, start bringing motivational or even through virtual, offering that to students and hoping that kids log on, you know, give them extra credit for logging
We need
on
to
or
do
what,
something.
whatever, but
Yeah.
something that'll really get things going. I know it's towards the end of the year, but I don't think that it's ever too late to start something like this.
Very, very good points. We'll look at them and we'll sit down with the principals, get a lot of the feedback from there. Go ahead and target our areas that we want to focus on for the students on the different grade levels. And we'll get a committee together with the principals, strategists, teachers, get a group and go ahead and discuss that. And also discuss some of these points that were shared tonight. Thank you. Any other questions regarding?
Next slide, please. Okay, this is just ended. We did get another JET grant, and we're so proud of our CT department, Ms. Avila and her team. We're receiving $235,570 from the Texas Workforce Commission. This is the third grant that we're getting. It's going to fund equipment and develop career and technical education courses. We're going to purchase and install welding, health science, manufacturing, and other in-demand professions equipment. We're only 11 districts in Region 1 received the grant, and we're very thankful to the Texas Workforce Commission. So this just ended on a positive note. We get money to help our kids in some programs. Okay, next slide.
Doctor, can we go back to that? I noticed welding. Is there any way we can look to add HVAC, air conditioning, certifications or something? Because I think being here in Texas and calling those guys anytime you need anything at your home, I mean, they're 3 or 4 days behind. I think there's not enough students, and I think that's something more beneficial to students around here than even welding. I know welding is great money, but most kids have to relocate for that, and people don't want to relocate for jobs like that. I think I'd like to see us at the CT, at the Kate, see if we can offer.
Some expansions, including HVAC, Dr. Garcia, we could look into that.
I'm glad you brought that up, Coach, because I've talked with Dr. Canales before about this, and I agree with you, because there's nothing more uncomfortable, especially during the summer when your air con goes down and you can't find somebody to come and service that. So it's a valuable opportunity to bring more people into the workforce with that certification. So thank you, Coach.
So, yeah, we'll go ahead and look at that. Maybe electricians as well. Okay, so the last section of the report is the insurance. Mr. Del Rosa, if we can move forward. Uh-oh, did it disappear? Okay, do you have it somehow, something else? Do you have it in your computer? We do have an insurance. I don't know what happened to this presentation. It doesn't seem to be there. But it was there.
No, I did not. I uploaded it.
You sent it, yes, put it on.
No, so you don't have it. Okay, so Board of Trustees, the insurance presentation seems to be lost. It was on here. I saw it on here. So are you okay with us putting it in? It's the same information, workers' comp, where we are with our employee benefit plan for health insurance.
But don't we have information here in front of us on that, though? Packets, I thought.
That's for the discussion items.
Correct. So we could put in the board update if we cannot get it on the computer.
Okay, but just.
Mr. Aguilar, did you try refreshing? Huh? It's the last one, so we don't have it. Do you have any information on it? Okay, so Mr. Rosa doesn't have the information. It was on the slides. It's not there. So I'm asking Board of Trustees if we can put this on the board update for this week.
What was the report on? What
It was on insurance, just a standard one, where we go over just,
Can you send that to us?
we can send it to you
tomorrow?
we can send it to you, we can email it to you tomorrow. It's as
Okay,
well.
that way we can,
We can send it. So you can see where we're at and how
Yes.
much money we've spent
yes.
and,
Send that to us, please.
okay. I don't know what happened. Okay, so that concludes the superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Canales. That will now take us to item 9, consent agenda. We have a lengthy one. I hope we've had time to look through and digest what the items are. I'm going to go through and ask each of y'all to see what you want to pull, if at all. Mrs. Usaita, you want to pull anything?
No, sir, not at this moment.
Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez?
No, sir.
Mr. Nieto?
I have 3, but just for information purposes. Item G,
P?
G, P, and S.
Okay, G, P, and S?
Correct,
G, P, and S.
correct.
Okay, Mr. Nieto is going to pull items G, P, and S for informational purposes.
Correct.
Okay, Coach Trevino?
Table or pool T,
Which one?
T,
T?
T isn't for Tom. Approval of proposal awards.
Okay.
I also had a question about the approval of purchase additional student desk shields. Where we, can we talk about that or?
We can discuss it right
You
now.
can
when
pull
we
it.
put
Okay,
You pull-
pull U,
U? Okay, P and U?
and then I want to pull C. I have a comment. Pull C.
See?
Which one?
C,
C?
C for cat, yes.
Okay. C. Okay, I got that one. Mr. Los Santos?
Yes, I wanted to pull M8.
M,
Yes, M8.
H?
Yes.
M8, right?
Yeah.
M8.
M, yeah, M is in Mike. Mike? Yeah. Number 8. Well, my list it says M8 here. It's about the LEO system.
M, number
Okay.
8.
Yes, yes, we
Yeah,
got
M
it.
number 8. And then letter S. I think that's from Mr. Nieto.
S?
Yes, yes, yes.
S.
S, okay. I hope I got those.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve all the other items except for CPNS, T, M, and M and S?
So move.
Mr. Nieto moves to approve.
Second.
Second by Coach Trevino. Let's go to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Ustaita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Coach Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Now for Mr. Nieto's,
On G?
yes.
Yeah, on G, Dr. Canales.
Yes, sir.
We're purchasing these items and we received money, right, allocated to, for this year for elementary schools, right?
So we're looking at item G, that's
Yes.
for the instructional materials, sole source, right. So this is for the state early education allotment funding. Yes, sir. We did
Okay.
receive money for these items.
And so we received about 3.25 million and we allocated for each elementary school budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just for information. Item S, extra duty pay for staff that provides instructional support for students. And this is for summer school, correct? What we had discussed before from $25 to $35 hourly rate,
Yes, sir. Let me pull the item.
and instructional aids from 11 to 1540, correct? That's what's written over here.
I
That's
don't
what-
have
yeah.
S, but yes, sir. It's from 15 to 1540. That's a 40% increase. It matches the teachers
Okay.
for people in the classroom.
And then also, I believe it's this one where for regular school year, extended day or Saturday school is gonna, current pay is 25, is gonna propose pay for $30 for next year?
Yes, sir, that was a question, yes.
Okay. And then item P, approval of purchase replacement Chromebooks. And this is just for information. How much money are we spending on additional Chromebooks for next year to continue the process of, in case we do need those Chromebooks? And it's coming from state comp, correct?
Yes, sir,
1.6?
1.6.
And every year we've added additional monies for technology every year, correct?
Except for 1 year in our recent history, correct? Except for 1 year.
So we're staying
Correct.
where we need to be for all our students. Okay, that was it for me.
Mr. Nieto. Coach Sevilla?
I have, item C, I just have a comment. Donation was given of $150 to, from State Farm for Teacher Appreciation Week. I want to clarify something. I know this week, this past week, we had Teacher Appreciation Week, and I took it upon myself. I know Jackie and I did for East because we have students there. For whatever reason, this was turned into, or it was question brought up about, oh, is this political or something like that? I didn't appreciate that one bit. We just won an election less than 5 months ago. I don't know why the heck we would be sitting here politically doing something. And so you know, it was brought up. It was I thought I could address it here in public to the individual that brought it up, but there's no political gain to what we're doing. We're in a position where we can do it. We bought cupcakes for Weslaco East, and you know, there's no political agenda behind it. You know, I just want to make that clear so that the next time this happens, you know, people aren't asking, oh, is this political? I don't do anything politically. I know I took some tamales over to Memorial. Same thing. I have a daughter there, and I have a son at East. So that's why I did it. And that's why I'm coming out in public. So leave me out of the political agendas that have been in the past. And if you have something to come and ask me personally. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trevino.
The other one is T. Approval of proposal awards. I moved to table this. Are we able to do that, Coach?
Can we table the awards and
We can, because we have, we support, I mean, we approve all the consent agenda except for the items that we selected to pull. So after this, we can.
Okay. And then the other one is just the desk shields. And I had reviewed the numbers, but I lost track of all my numbers here. But I know, Mr. La Rosa, you're in charge of desk shields, right, and all that, or Oscar?
And Mr. Sanchez checks that we have the money.
Yes, sir.
Now, I guess my concern is I want to make sure the shields that we purchase, we don't want to sit here and spend the X amount of money on these shields and then have to spend an additional amount of money altering the things so they don't fall off desk and things like that.
Yes, sir. The second round of shields that we purchased, we did take into account the size of desks that we had and, you know, what we can and can't do as far as there's a big variety of desks and of course tables throughout the district. So we selected what we felt was going to be the better fit. We have found that some of our desks are about 17 inches wide, más o menos. It's pretty narrow, you know, compared to some of the shields that are out there. But that's the shield that we felt was the closest that fit the best on those desks. So that this is the second or the third round, I believe, right? And yeah.
Yes.
And that's the same.
That's the one we're going to
Yes,
go
sir.
with.
The same kind. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just-
So no additional alteration is going to be required or
We
anything?
want to make sure we have enough for all students when we come back next year with 17,000. We only have 6,000.
6,000 right now?
Yeah.
Okay, that was my,
Okay, Mr. De Los Santos?
Yes, I just wanted to ask about the item number 8, the local funded transfer budget for annual support for ADO system to the correct function. Now, the ADO system, that's the system that we were discussing earlier about,
Financial.
I'm sorry?
The financial
The
software.
financial?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to for clarification, as far as, is that just like a software update for the correct function, or is that like
No,
something
we just
maintenance?
correcting the account. We had charged it to function 41.
Okay.
It should be
Oh, okay, just the
Data
payment.
processing, we just moved one function to another. No
Okay.
extra money, nothing.
All right.
It's just a correction.
And then, item number S, the increased extra duty pay for staff. I just wanted to note, thank you for taking that into interest. I mean, taking that back and looking at that as well and making that increase so that it matches the increases for everyone else. I just want to let you all know that. Thank you. I think that means a lot because, like I said, those extra duty, the people that are getting extra duty pay, those paraprofessionals, especially those instructional aides that are in the classroom as well. They're, like I said, they supported us all the way through COVID, through the pandemic, and we're still going through it forward. And I know they'll be a great asset in summer. So just wanted to let you know, thank you, ma'am, for that. You and your staff.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Hey, then.
Sir, if I may chime in really quickly here, because I missed the beginning of the meeting with the proclamations. But now that we're talking about support staff, there were a couple of people that had reached out to me in this last meeting about the proclamations, and they felt that the paraprofessionals didn't get a day, like the way we had teacher week, and they felt a little unappreciated that we didn't have them in any of our proclamations. And I did Google and I looked online to see if maybe there's like a calendar or some kind of national, guide to these days. I didn't see anything about Paraprofessional Day anywhere. So hopefully we can find somewhere or we can do something about this for our paras because we really do appreciate them and put that into our maybe next meeting before the school year ends or something. It's just an idea.
Yeah, we can look at it, Mrs. Saita, and we do have Ms. Munoz, who works for Mr. Robledo, that's going to be looking at that. So definitely, the school year comes to an end at the end of this month. So we definitely have a special called board meeting before the end of the year. It's perhaps something we can have on the agenda as well.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you all. Well, let's move now to approve items C, P, S, U, M, and S. And can I put in there table item T in one
Yes.
vote?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by Mr. Coach Trevino. Let's signify your approval by saying aye when I call for the vote. Mrs. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. That takes us to item,
10. Right.
gotta go through all these pages here. Item 10, discussion item, Dr. Canales.
Okay, Board of Trustees, the first one is the interim financial report for 8 months ended April 30th, 2021. Mr. Sanchez, are you ready to present on this one? This is a no action item, Board of Trustees. So Mr. Sanchez will highlight some key areas from the podium.
Or you just do it from here?
Yes, we can do it from, Dr. Garcia, can you project the superintendent's report? Andres, is it on your computer? Mr. Aguilar was doing it, but he left the building. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sanchez. But he's going to talk about it. Yeah, Mr. Sanchez, if you'll approach the podium, Mr. De La Rosa will project it. And we did find the insurance report, so we'll be emailing that to you all.
Okay.
Well, there it is. There we go.
Okay. Thank you. Oops. Another week here. Okay, I want to start with the budget revenues report. The general fund budget revenues that are approved by the board, the total is 175,776,000. The local revenues are 24,908,000. State revenues 137,408,000, and the federal revenues 13,459,000. Next slide, please. The state revenues are based mostly on average daily attendance revenues, the ADA, which are budgeted on 15,200 ADA. The current ADA is slightly off from the 15,092, so we're still off about close to 800,000 short from the budget that we have. TA has approved some whole harmless clauses, provisions that will help us make our budget, so we should be able to make our budget for the 15,200 ADA that we had budgeted, plus a little more. On the federal revenue side, the Texas Department of Agriculture and the United States Department of Agriculture will provide some assistance to our food service department by sending us a check for $1,072,404, which we expect to receive in June, to help with some of the deficit caused by the pandemic and the last fiscal year. Next slide. The next one. Okay, go on. Skip that one too, please. Okay, this is the in-year financial report from the revenues. I had mentioned the $175 million total. The budget figures are there. The actual revenue received, which is in the middle column, for local revenues is $25,312,000, which is mostly property taxes. The state revenues are $98,243,000, and the federal revenues $8,857,000, for a total of $132,414,000. These are all through April 30, 2021. Next slide. The expenditures, we grouped them in 5 groups of functions. The first one for instructional related functions, which are 11, 12, 13, 31, and 95. The adjusted budget is $116,676,000, and we have expended or encumbered as of April 30, $64,252,000, which represents 55%. But the instructional support functions, which are 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36, the adjusted budget is $27,442,000. We have expended or encumbered $17,996,000, which represents 65.5%. In the administration, curriculum and instruction, the campuses and the district, functions 21, 23, 41, and 99. The adjusted budget is $14,448,000. We have expended or encumbered $9,293,000, which represents 64.3%. For the district-wide support, functions 51, 52, 53, and 61, the adjusted budget is $28,297,000. We have expended or encumbered $16,794,000, which represents 59.3%. On the debt service, the budget is $2,568,000. We had paid $1,208,000, which represents 47%. The total adjusted budget is $189,433,000. The actual expenditures or encumbrances, which are the purchase orders, is $109,546,000, and the percentage expended or encumbered is 57.8% as of April 30, or through April 30. Next slide, please. This slide and the next slide are the adjustments that we did to the expenditures budget that the board approved with the additional we did through the year. And I'm going to run through them real fast. All these in this page, I have mentioned it before. The biggest one is the first one, the $5.5 million. These are the carryover of state funds from last year that we didn't get to spend. Since we didn't spend them, we have to spend it. We just put them in fund balance and we rolled them forward to this year. So that's $5.5 million. Then we had purchase order that we had issued during the year that we did not get the items, that we did not receive the service as of August 31. That was $1,228,000. So those also would roll them forward. Another big one, the board approved $620,000 for the purchase of PPE, sanitation items, and desk shields. Also, the board had approved incentive pay to employees, which was paid in December. That one was $2,323,000. Also, was not in the budget, so that came out from fund balance. We had the Cartoon subscription renewal for $77,000. The food service fund balance had an increase to their budget of $195,000, which came from their fund balance to have enough money for the expenditures for the year. And that was $10,833,000. Next slide, please. Okay, all those expenditures that we have, plus the original budget, the board approved of $175,776,000, creates the total budget for the report. Sorry, this report that's here, that's not correct. I apologize. Let me get my. I don't have it either then. Okay, see that, then I won't have it either. Okay, the last page should actually be, this amount, instead of 10.8 million, should be $13.5 million. In the month of April, the board approved additional expenditures from fund balance. One was the 1.7 million that the board approved for the portable air cleaning units that were added to the budget. We also approved 200,000 for additional desk shields. We budgeted 700,000 for additional sanitation items for cleaning, disinfecting for next year. The shields and the disinfecting additional money is a total of 900. As for next year, we wanted to be prepared to order early in case all districts in Texas order, we want to be ahead. And there's a couple of other amendments that the board approved. The total is 13.5 million, which would equal to the total amount in the budget that we have now.
Used to reimburse us for that safety and security that we're getting ahead
Yes.
of this year.
We can go back and whatever we actually spend, charge it to the ESSER grant and recover the money from local funds. Yes, thank you. That is the report. Okay, well, you got it.
Okay, this was not an action item for the
Yeah,
trustees.
Well, ma'am, I can ask a question, like, talking about the filtration systems, when we went ahead and moved forward with that, that order was strictly only for the classrooms, but we did that knowing that we were going to have, that there was possible funding coming in for reimbursement. I know that the last time we had a workshop, we still also need to make purchases for offices and.
Yes.
Okay, so, well, we
have an RFP that's getting done right now. So we can send it out. The pilot won't come back to the board till June, but it will in July.
Okay.
Yes, to have for all the offices as well.
Right, okay.
And we might have to buy some additional from the big units.
Right.
But we have all the classrooms,
The
gyms,
gymnasiums and-
cafeterias.
Weight
we got one
rooms, things
here,
like that.
We have 3 at the back. But
Okay.
we're probably gonna have a few more.
So that'll be a bulk purchase to cover the rest?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And that is the amount I was talking about, 13.5. I said 13.5, $13.6 million. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, that is the total amount. The financial report shows 189,433,000 total as of April 30, with all the amendments plus the initial 175 million the board approved for the beginning of the year. That is the complete report.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So if we're ready to move on, the next item is for the acknowledgement of the Hidalgo County Tax Office Collection Report for March 2021, current taxes and delinquent taxes. This is a no action item. And Mr. Sanchez will highlight the key information on this agenda item.
Yes. No, let me put him on the better with the glasses on. Yeah, for the report from the Hidalgo County Tax Office for March 2021, for current taxes of the original levy of $25,670,000, we have collected to date as of March 31, $23,966,000. That is a total of 91.9% of collections. Last year, at the same time, we collected 90.45%. So this year's collections are 1.45% higher than last year. And on the delinquent taxes, the prior year's levies of a budget of $4,182,999, we have collected $744,269. And that total is 18.23%. Last year, we had collected 13.11%. So we have collected through March 31, 5.12% higher in the delinquent taxes for prior years. That is the report. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andres.
Thank you, sir.
Item 11, discussion and possible action items. A, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to change the regular board meeting scheduled on July the 12th, 2021. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, we schedule board meetings for the second Monday of the month. In July, the second Monday of the month is July 12th, which is the first day of summer vacation for staff members, some staff members. All district offices will be closed for vacation beginning Monday, July 12th through Friday, July 23rd. We're asking you to please consider one of the following dates: Tuesday, July 6th, 2021, which is a preferred date, or Monday, July 5th, 2021, which falls after July 4th, Sunday. So we will abide by your wishes.
I move to go with the preferred date, which is July 6th instead of the 5th.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by Dr. Rodriguez to go with July the 6th. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item B, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of Blue Cross and Blue Shield's proposal to administer the district's self-funded employee benefit program for fiscal year 2021 or 2022, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for same RFP number 20-04-16. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, last year, the district solicited proposals for third-party administrative services, TPA. As of April 30th, when this item was submitted, risk management had not received a formal renewal offer from BCBS. We did receive one late on Thursday on 5/6. It takes some time to review it, 3 or more days. So we are recommending that the board authorize administration to solicit proposals for third-party administrative services for the district's self-funded employment benefit plan for fiscal year 2021, 2022. Yes.
A motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve the recommendation by Dr. Canales.
Yes. Request for proposals.
Request for proposals.
Request for proposals. Okay, we had the motion by
De Los Santos.
De Los Santos and a second by Mr. Nieto. Okay, signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item C, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of Prime Therapeutics / Blue Cross Blue Shield's proposal to provide pharmacy benefit management services for the district's self-funded employee benefit program for fiscal year 2021, 2022, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for same RFP number 20-04-17. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, this is another item where we solicited proposals last year. It was awarded to Prime Therapeutics, BCBS. As of April 30th, risk management had not received a formal renewal from them. We did receive this one as well on Thursday, May the 6th, 2021, late in the afternoon. It will take several days to review this. We are recommending that you authorize us to solicit proposals for pharmacy benefit services for the district's self-funded employee benefit plan for next school year.
So move to solicit proposals for the pharmacy benefit management services for the district self-funded employee benefit plan.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by Dr. Rodriguez to
Solicit.
Proposals.
to follow the recommendations. Let's put it to vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Saita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Sevilla?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item D, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of specific and aggregate stop loss insurance for the district self-funded employee benefit program, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for same RFP number 19-08-43. Dr. Canales.
Stop loss insurance is important to our self-funded employee benefit program. Our district self-funds all medical and RX claims for each employee up to $125,000. Individual stop loss insurance reimburses the district for all medical and RX claims over $125,000 with no limit. The current stop loss policy is a 12-15 contract. If you have questions about that, Mr. De La Rosa can answer them. Earlier this year, BCBS advised that future renewals will only be covered on a 12-12 or paid contract. This would leave a gap should the district move to a different carrier in the future unless the district obtains gap or 15-12 coverage, which is harder to obtain and more expensive. I think this one came in late last week as well in terms of a new offer. So if you have any questions, we are recommending that you authorize us to solicit proposals for specific and aggregate stop loss insurance for the district's self-funded employee benefit plan for next school year.
I do have a question for Mr. De La Rosa, and this is a concern that was brought to me by one of our employees. Just to kind of get clarification, this employee shared with me that he went to Knapp Medical Center to get a knee surgery or some kind of surgery, and was ready. Got to the office, and they told him, "Okay, we need $3,000." He wasn't aware. He said, what do you mean? I don't have $3,000 in my pocket. No one told me anything. So they said, well, I'm sorry, you can't get any work done. After he had gone through, getting the labs and everything done before the surgery. So he said, okay, well, I don't have the money. So they let him go. He got a call back about 10 minutes later. Well, can you come up with 500? And then, well, no, I don't have. Well, can you come up with 300? So he was kind of questioning, well, are we supposed to be negotiating down deductibles or down payments with the hospital, or how does this work? Why were we not told of beforehand what I was supposed to pay? So just clarification on how does that work when they get to the hospital and have to pay?
Good evening, Mrs. Zarta. It really does depend on the individual facility. So all employees that are on the base plan have a $750 deductible. After that, then they have to meet their co-insurance of 30% with the max out-of-pocket of $3,500. So most of the time, a facility will collect a deductible before any services are rendered. I'm talking if you're going to have surgery or any type of procedure at a hospital, because that is your deductible and you are responsible for your deductible. Then most of the time what happens is they'll send the claim to be processed and then they'll determine your co-insurance. And that's going to be 30% if you're on the base plan. If you're on the high plan or the state plan, it's of course lower, but it's up to the facility if they want to collect that up front. Or like I said, the vast majority of the times they'll send you a bill later for the co-insurance after the claim has been processed and finalized. I don't know what
Okay, so do we have something in, I don't know how this works. How do we do the, obviously it's by case basis per each employee, but what's the process for the system of telling them this is how much you're going to need before you show up, have your money ready? How do they find out? What do they do?
Well, I mean, our benefit structure is posted online. So during open enrollment, if you do make changes, of course, your benefit structure is explained to you. All new hires are explained their benefit structure. So employees do have a responsibility to meet their deductible, and that's not just Weslaco ISD, that's any health insurance plan. Employees also do have a co-insurance or have a responsibility to meet their co-insurance. Now, a lot of the times the facilities will sit with the employees. I'm talking whether it be Knapp or Valley Baptist or whatever facility that's a network. Most of the time before procedure happens, the hospital will have a little chat with you, their billing department, and they'll tell the employee, okay, well, you do have a $750 deductible, so we would like that paid up front, and then we'll wait on your co-insurance, or they'll have an estimation on your co-insurance, what it'll be. So that is really between the provider and the employee, depending on what process the provider wants to take. If Knapp wants to work with, I'm not just saying Knapp, any facility wants to work with them, but a lot of times facilities will ask for the deductible in advance. But again, that's up to the individual facility.
Okay, so what do you, if any employees are listening right now and they're going to have a procedure done and they're not sure about what they're going to have to bring, what do you recommend they do? Call NAP
Yeah,
before they show up? Or?
I recommend they have a chat with their provider, whoever it may be, with their doctor, and find out, okay, what is it that I have to come up with front or services can be rendered. So that's really between the employee and the facility that's providing the service.
Okay, I think we hopefully provided some clarification for that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you're welcome.
Mr. De La Rosa, I had a question here. Just to confirm, so the 1215 contract, that means that the contract goes 3 months past the policy?
Let me go back before we get into that, Mr. Dos Santos. Like, as Dr. Canales said, we did get an offer late Thursday, and did have an opportunity to go over it very quickly, and so did the consultant. So they did, in fact, give us a 1215 contract. However, the recommendation doesn't change based on the increase in the premium they gave us. So, but to answer your question on the 1215, so yes, if our coverage runs 12 months, but so let's say, for example, there's a big claim that hits in August. So when that happens is those bills might not get processed until maybe a month, or maybe not until October. So we still have that 3 month, if you will, incurred in 12, but paid in 15.
Okay.
So that gives us that protection. So that offers is if we were to leave or go out to proposals and go to another company, those 3 months would still be on the prior carriers. They'd be responsible for that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we have the agenda of the renewal or to solicit. Do we have a motion for either or?
I don't know what was Dr. Canales' recommendation?
To solicit proposals.
Proposals. I'll make the motion. Yes.
Okay,
To
Mr.
go out for
Santos
proposals.
makes a motion to solicit.
Second.
Second by José. Okay, let's, this is to go and solicit proposals. Bring it to a vote. You can file your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
José Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Dos Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item E, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district's group dental insurance through Emeritus, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for same RFP number 20-04-18. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, last year, the district conducted an RFP for group dental insurance, and Emeritus was selected with an option to renew for 2 additional one-year terms. Rates and benefit packages will not change. The district pays $10.48 per employee per month. And we are recommending that we renew the district's group dental insurance through Emeritus for next school year.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Dos Santos to approve the renewal of the district's group dental insurance through Emeritus. Let's bring it to a vote. You signify your.
Oh, wait, it's a request for proposal or renewal?
Wait a minute.
It's a request for renewal?
This is,
renewal.
right,
You are requesting a renewal.
yes.
Okay.
Renewal, right. There's no changes to the prices,
Okay.
right.
The motion is to request,
For renewal.
To
to
renew.
solicit proposals to renew.
No,
Just
just to renew. Right.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, to renew, sir, just to renew, right.
Yes, okay. So we are
I have
going to
a question.
renew.
I do have a question, though.
Okay, now.
We can discuss.
We had a motion by Mr. Neto and a second by Mr. Dos Santos. Now we open it for discussion. Correct.
Yes. My question, Mr. La Rosa, is, I know this is one item, and I missed that workshop that you had. Is it customary to have different vendors, to have different, Blue Cross Blue Shield over here, then we have dental over here, then we have the disability over here? Is it customary to have different ones, or can it all be under one umbrella, under one vendor?
It's possible, but again, when we go out for proposals, we recommend the companies that provide the best value to the employee. in the district. So
This right here.
so it'd be possible that, say one company, Acme Insurance, had the best product proposal for everything, and then we would recommend those on an individual basis. But when we evaluate these products, we evaluate them on an individual basis. Very, very highly unlikely that one company will have the best proposal for every single product.
Okay.
And this is at the same price as we had last year?
No changes.
No
That's
changes.
correct.
Okay.
Okay? Well, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item F, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district's fleet auto insurance, physical damage, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for same RFP number 19-07-39. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, back in 2019, we conducted an RFP for comprehensive fleet auto insurance. The district's fleet policy covers all owned, hired, and non-owned vehicles in the event of an auto accident. The policy also covers damage caused to other vehicles during an accident. AGCS was recommended and awarded the auto physical damage portion of the fleet auto insurance program. The policy was only issued on a 10-month policy option. The renewal offer extends the coverage to 12 months, which will coincide with the district's new fiscal year in 2022. Travelers retains the auto liability portion, which is a 12-month policy, and will be brought to the board later for consideration. This would be a final renewal option. It's a third and final year. We are recommending that we renew the district's auto physical damage insurance with AGCS Marine Insurance Company through Shepherd Walton King Insurance Group.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto and
I'll second.
a second by Dr. Rodriguez to renew the district fleet auto insurance with RFP number 19-07-39. Any discussion? Not, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Becky Susteta?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Item G, discussion and possible action for board to consider approval of the construction documents phase for the Pete Abrigo Ag Complex remodeling and improvements project. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, on May 11, 2020, the board approved PBK Architects, Inc. of McAllen, Texas, to develop the plans and specs for the construction of the Pete Abrigo Ag Complex Remodeling and Improvement Project. Mr. David Iglesias of PBK is here. Welcome, sir. And has held multiple meetings with Weslaco ISD staff, including Ms. Avila, CT Director, and her staff, Mr. Riojas, Executive Director of Athletics and Facilities, Mr. Americo Garza, to discuss and approve the project requirements to meet the needs of the intended program served. The mechanical, electrical, plumbing, civil, and structural design progress drawings were reviewed for completion. The contract provisions of the construction documents phase services include the following items. Number one, preparation of a comprehensive construction documents, including drawings and specifications detailing quality and performance of materials and systems for the project. Two, update the estimated budget for the project. And three, ensure that the construction documents are in compliance with all governmental authorities having jurisdiction over the project. PBK Architects has provided these services and therefore completed the construction documents phase of the project. Walkthroughs of the project site have been conducted and reviews of project drawings have been made for conformance with project design requirements. The administration recommends approval of the construction documents phase of the project. We have Mr. Iglesias here who will be making a presentation right now. Mr. Iglesias, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Board President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Canales. I'm David Iglesias, PBK Architects, here to present on the construction documents for Pete Abrigo Ag Complex remodeling and improvements. You can see these are couple pictures of the existing building. The building itself is structurally sound. You can see some surface rust, so we are calling for the rust to be, remedied and primed and painted. We are
Sir,
also calling.
You said something right now. You said it is structurally sound?
Yes, this building.
Okay.
Yes. So we are calling for the structure to be primed and painted. the existing installation to be removed and replaced with new installation, as well as new roofing metal panels. We have had several meetings with administration, as well as Mrs. Avila and all the ag teachers to develop a floor plan. As you can see here, this is the proposed floor plan with all the pen layouts. We have it evenly split, the north half and the south half. This particular layout, we have approximately 96 lamb and goat pens, 48 hog pens, and 22 cattle pens. We do have an open area in the center for an arena where they can work out the animals. The entire floor, or majority of the floor, will have concrete. We will have trench drains to be able to allow for easy cleaning of the pins. Each of the pins will have access to electricity as well as running water. You can see an elevation here. We are calling to enclose the building for security and protection. We do have a combination of solid metal panels and some perforated metal panels to allow for airflow, for natural airflow. This is a electrical power plant. You can see we do have, like as I mentioned, we do have power to each of the pins. We do have big fans available, or that'll be installed to allow for air ventilation. We will be installing new LED lighting throughout as well, and security lighting around the perimeter. This is the plumbing floor plan. This is the plumbing showing all the trench drains. So it'll be for easy cleaning for each of the pins. And we will have running water available for each of the pins as well for the animals. The building will also be a fire sprinkler to meet code. Rendering of the front entrance, you can see with the solid metal panel, we will have a secured main entry with access control. And we also have an alternate for an option. We do have perforated metal panel as part of the base bid, but we do have an alternate to use a 1 by 1 inch vinyl coated chain link fence. We understand, cost is a concern, so we want to be sure we get good bids on the product to be able to have options available to present to the district. This will still secure the building and still allow for natural air ventilation. Here's a rendering of the south side and the east side. You can also see a caliche drive that we'll be adding on the north and the south sides with overhead door access. So truck vehicles with trailers can be able to pull in for easy loading and unloading of the animals. And they can drive in from the south side and drive out through the north, or vice versa. And this is a rendering of the interior, showing the pen layout, the open area that we have for the arena. That'll be dirt, and the rest of the arena will have concrete. The pins will be designed to where they have wood battens on the bottom to allow for the pins to have sand, dirt, hay, whatever they need for the animals for their bedding.
Mr. Iglesias, a quick question, sir. I'm looking at this, the way I see the Mercedes livestock show. You know how the kids go in and they show their animals. Is there any plans of putting in like bleachers if people want to go and sit down and watch the kids show their animals?
We don't have a specific area for bleacher seating. That open area is more for them to work out the animals, and to walk them and so forth. But that is something that we can look into, about adding some bleachers or allowing for room for bleachers to be brought in temporarily.
Okay.
I mean, what hog pens? I know we're setting aside 48 hog pens. Do we really need that many hog pens? Is
Numbers
that
that we're using, Mr. Trevino, are based on numbers that we receive from our ag teachers. The number of exhibits or number of projects that they have out there throughout the year. So we're basically utilizing those numbers and also planning for the future and having a few extras, because our programs are growing, our fair program is growing every year. And the hog numbers, that's probably, I don't know if it's a fair statement to say, but kids love their piggies, and hogs are real popular. And so we have a high number of students that do show their hogs. But again, to answer the question more specifically, those are numbers based on numbers that we receive from Ms. Avila and the teachers from both high schools.
This is gonna take care of both Weslaco High, Weslaco East,
Yes, sir.
and the 4 middle schools?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So,
Yes, sir.
so that is justified by, because we're gonna have quite a bit of
And-
activity, hopefully.
Yes, sir. And if I, same question, which way, that's why the design is designed the way that this is. We visited a couple of sites in Medico and I, Dr. Canales, and the multi-school systems that are building or renovating, that's kind of how they're doing it. Where have the arena in the middle and then full amount of fans on both sides of the high schools. That also includes your junior FFAs.
So, did he answer your question?
Yes.
What's the timeline?
So as upon approval, we are projected to advertise this Sunday in the Monitor, May 16th. Second advertisement the following week, May 23rd. Pre-proposal conference and site visit, May 25th, with a bid opening June 10th. Upon the ranking and the contract negotiations, possibly issuing a notice to proceed the end of July, with about an 8-month construction timeline for substantial completion, estimated substantial completion mid-March.
I had a question. I've just seen other animal pens, but is that something that they're doing now with concrete for the animals? Okay.
It gives the teachers a lot of flexibility with moving things around and to the animals that, and input from our teachers, the animals that will have basic sand grounds beyond 24/7 will be the cattle. Because those, of course, heavier, the concrete is a little harder on them, on the hips and on the joints.
Right.
But those heifers or steers, those animals will be on sand.
Okay.
The idea is still, kiddos are still gonna park in sand into their pens, which is why the idea from our ag teachers to put the 2x6 treated around to keep the sand or any bedding constrained to their actual pen.
Right.
So that the animals still have that bedding area. But it gives the ag teachers a lot of flexibility of being able to move pens as needed. A clean area.
You're following kind of
The guidelines. I guess?
yeah, kind of a guideline to what other people have done the same
Yes, sir.
way. And the reason I asked the question is because when you have concrete in there, you're going to have elevations, where you have the animals are going to be on soil, correct? So any type of water or whatever, where will that drain? And do we have a solution for that?
Yes, sir. Each of the pins, the way they're designed, the gate is on one end and there is a trench drain on the back. And so the pins, especially the hog and goat pins, they're mirrored. So they essentially, when they're washing the pins, they'll share a trench drain that'll drain out. We do have a solid sand separator to be able to sift through, some of the bigger products. It's not going directly into the sewer system. And also to clarify between the goat lambs and pins and the hog pins, they're exactly the same size. We're just identifying that number, but technically it could be used for either or. And also too, it's difficult to see on the floor plan here, but we do have designated clipping stations and also wash stations for the animals that'll be lighted and have power and water and so forth. So, and each of those stations is same number of stations for both sides, so equal stations.
Oscar, 5x10 is appropriate size or the recommended size for these
Those are the
pins?
Sizes that also, our ag teachers looked at and felt they were appropriate for what we need. We've had, like Mr. Iglesias mentioned, we've had 3 or 4 meetings, 18 ag teachers, MEPs, our own staff, redoing floor plans for a couple hours. And just trying to make sure that we don't miss anything. They're actually happy with at the end of the day with this building because it's going to be a really, really nice building that our kiddos are going to really, really enjoy it for a long time.
Now, going back to this area does flood, right? Or the area around it, are we gonna take care of that?
Not necessarily on ground, even after the tremendous flood that we had. So the area there was not flooded. It was just surrounding.
The surrounding, the parking lot, or is it safe to say the parking lot, or?
No, just kind of the areas around it.
Towards the B Garza campus. So now with that detention pond.
That's gonna,
Just gonna take care of it.
okay.
And if I may add, for comparison, PSJA ag facility that they have, they actually have all the high schools in a slightly smaller structure.
So are we, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So are we, you just mentioned PSJA, and they're smaller. They got 3 or 4 or 5 high schools over there. 4 high schools, I think, that service, and they got one facility that services. So are we building ours maybe a little too big?
Well, if I may, we already have the structure, so we're utilizing what's there already. So we're not adding
We're not
square
adding.
footage at all.
Okay.
The building is already set. We're just remodeling.
So, and that's what was my next question, I guess. And the cost went up significantly, like 33%.
Yes.
Okay, and where's that money coming from? Is it something that was already allocated? Where's the budget? Yeah, because it has a 33% increase in cost of materials, and then you have another increase for the engineering fees. So was that money already budgeted, and where's it coming from?
The $1.5 million that we had initially budgeted, it's already allocated.
Right.
The other 500,000, we have some money from other projects that we haven't spent as much. One of them is air conditioning unit that we need to buy, which we will buy from the ESSER funds. So the additional money, whether 300,000 more or so, we can get it from there.
Okay.
The money's in the construction fund already.
So yeah, the 500,000 that you're adding, that's coming from
Yeah,
other
it's in the construction
other
fund.
projects.
Yes.
Okay.
That we say,
Which now we can get from the ESSER fund.
Right, yeah, because you get substitute for the AC and ventilation.
Correct.
I move to approve the construction documents phase for the Pete Abrigo Complex Remodeling and Improvements Project.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto to approve. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a second by Dr. Rodriguez. We've had some good discussions.
Yes,
so
we did.
I'm going to take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Taita?
Before I say aye, just if, let's say in the future, I'm thinking if we want to have, science lessons or anything, can little bleachers or if you want to have a crowd there to see the animals, that can still be revised, correct? This isn't like permanent, or that's it. This is the way it stays.
Okay, so Ms. Taita says yes, and she'd like to see what we discussed on the bleachers. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Villa?
Aye.
And Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item H, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval for the boys' athletic facilities and the girls' athletic facilities at Weslaco High School and Weslaco East High School remodeling project CSP number 18-04-21 as follows. 1, a deductive change order for the unspent project contingency allowances, credits, delays, days to complete the project, excluding liquidation damages, and 2, the final completion of the project. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, back on May 21st, 2018, the board approved Reconvene Construction LLC for the construction of this project for $5.2 million. The scope consisted of the remodeling of the athletic field house of Weslaco East High School and the remodeling of the previous football field house at Weslaco High School. The project was completed after the board approved substantial completion date, and therefore it is deemed to be completed late. So the substantial completion of the project is 99 days late. The liquidated damages rate per contract is $500 per day. The total liquidated damages in the project is $49,500. We do have the contractor disputing the charges. Weslaco ISD administration staff will address this dispute through district legal counsel as needed. So we do have a deductive change order for the unspent balance of the allowance for this project of $75,128 that will be credited back to Weslaco ISD. The credits in the project resulted from installation not required for the Weslaco High School site fire sprinkler system backflow preventer. The requested delay days are due to unforeseen conditions throughout the construction project. After board approval and confirmation that all closeout documentation has been provided, we will proceed to process the project's remaining payment application. And that amount is for, pending board approval, the total amount is $208,610.75. That does, so that's what we would pay out for this project. So we are recommending that you consider approval of the boys athletic facilities and girls athletic facilities at Weslaco High School and Weslaco East High School remodeling project. It includes a deductive change order for the unspent project contingencies, credits, delay days to complete the project. It excludes the liquidated damages, and it is the final completion of the project. And we have Mr. Riojas, Mr. Garza, and Mr. Iglesias here.
So,
to give
so
any
move
questions.
so move to approve.
Okay, Mr. Nieto moves to motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a second by Dr. Rodriguez. Any discussion?
We've been utilizing both field houses since all this past year, right? Correct?
Delays have been more punch list, getting everything all documented, finalized. Where we are today, and again, we're still in the but in the discussions about the liquidated damages. So today, we're just holding on to that, so we can finalize.
Have we had any issues come up since then, Oscar, since we started using the building? You know, sometimes you build.
Good question, Coach, and, I will say that the buildings have been really, really good. They've been really functional buildings. Some of the larger items that we were having to work around with were more of I guess, engineering kind of issues where we didn't have enough depth to drain, the washers, things of that nature. Those have since been addressed, and everything's been flowing really good, and, the facility's been very functional for our kids. So,
Showers, everything, because, sometimes that.
everything's been working great. We had some humidity, some moisture issues where the doors start to jam a little bit, it's kind of normal after use, after humidity, after things like that are, but they've all been addressed, and doors are lockers, some of the lockers started to get a little bit stuck sometimes because of the humidity. Moisture that's going into the building, brand new, for those things have been addressed, so everything's been working.
Did we get some dehumidifiers or
The
anything?
building was designed already with the dehumidification system.
So,
And part of it is due to the fact that we're utilizing one of the units that's there is the existing unit that was part of the building. So it had plenty of life still, but it's got more wear and tear than the new unit that was installed. And so, with anything that breaks down, we have to go in there. That time frame that it takes for us to get the part and so forth, it could be a day and a half, 2 days. That's when the humidity starts building up. Because the other units taking care of one half of the building, and this one's.
Okay. Well, let's take the vote. Signify your approval by saying aye. I'll call your name. Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Aye.
Nieto?
Aye.
Cedillo?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item I. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of allowance expenditure authorization number 1 and change order number 1 to the contract for the bus drive and teacher parking lot repaving project at Weslaco High School for the change in scope of work needed and the corresponding additional days. CSP number 21-12-18. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, improvements to the security guard station are necessary for the betterment of security screenings of all campus visitors. The changes consist of the relocation of the guard station closer to the entrance gate, resulting in a required new foundation. The proposal includes the expansion of the entrance driveway by 2 feet to accommodate the entry of large delivery trucks. Finally, this expenditure covers the resulting modifications for the electrical connection of the new security guard station and a new light pole already included in the project. The new guard station will be constructed and installed by our own staff in Weslaco ISD. The additional work under the allowance expenditure is determined to be outside of the scope of work as stipulated in the signed contract. The net cost of the additional improvements is to be paid from the project allowance. Therefore, there is no increase in cost to the project.
So move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Mr. Nieto. Second by Dr. Rodriguez. To consider the allowance expenditure, authorization number 1, and change order. The contract for the bus drive parking lot with a repaving project. And scope of work needed to a corresponding day, CSP number 21-12-18. Any discussion?
What's the timeline? I saw that they've been working on it, but when is the finish date?
The finish time is,
We're looking towards the end of the summer.
yeah,
Before school starts?
before school starts.
Okay.
We said it's,
Any catastrophic weather condition.
Jackie?
Ms. Hustad,
I'm sorry, I heard that there's no fee because it's part of the allowance, but how much of the allowance is this taking up?
things for site improvements, is it 30,000?
40,000?
The allowance, the total allowance is $40,000. The cost of this allowance expenditure is $6,821.22.
Correct.
And that the 6,000 is just for the new light pole, or it also includes the guard, the 2 feet?
That is correct. So it includes the new foundation and resized foundation of the relocated guard shack. And it's got the expansion of 2 feet. So for illustration purposes, I've added that sketch that's on your screen right now. And so that line, everything in green is pretty much new, and it's part of this allowance expenditure. What's in red, if you see that line on the bottom part of the image, is the existing electrical conduit that's powering or was powering the existing guardhouse. And now the green part is where they're going to connect or pick up the electrical conduit to the new location. The pole itself is a brand new pole that's part of the project, and now they're going to reconnect it, or not reconnect, but connect and bring power from an existing pole that's already there.
Okay, and the company who's paving is going to be in charge of drilling that light pole for us and doing everything.
I believe so. They're gonna do all the work themselves, unless they have somebody that they've hired. But we can check on the sub if they have one.
Okay.
All right, my concern is just, obviously, we want to eliminate or reduce the amount of change orders. Here, why change the guard station after the fact? I mean, I heard some of the points there, but if we're moving it X amount of feet, why now?
What we're trying to do, Mr. Trevino, is, number one is we're trying to expand that guard shack a little bit more, and provide, some network, some ability to maybe do a Raptor system later on in the future, and also give our securities an area where they can have some shade, cover from the elements, because obviously they work outside a lot, and be able to access vehicles. We want to provide them with a little roof, also a little what's called lean-to, if you will. I don't know if that's the right word, but we want to just improve our guard shack size and capabilities.
Now, couldn't we add to this one, or is it cinder block, or what? And extend and add some awnings or covers or whatever.
It's a new design because we are expanding the guardhouse and relocation because it's too close to that turn, into the bus drive, and so we're trying to allow
Larger
for that-
trucks.
For that extra space,
Mhm.
yeah, as they go through. Now, the other thing that's happening there is that they currently don't have a computer, and so we're trying to improve the screening of visitors at the guard shack before they actually get into the campus. And so that we're trying to get them a computer there, or a laptop and a printer as well, so that they can do the screening there, driver's license, whatever it is that they're checking, and also provide them with the air conditioning for that location as well.
This is really for the delivery area and stuff, right? This is not the main entrance in Weslaco High.
No,
It's not, it's a good point, sir, it's not. However, plans are for us to do the exact same thing to the guard shack on the north side, which is on Pike. And then also in turn, make plans to start visiting with the west east, the two guard shacks, which would be the one off of airport and the one on Old 83, and start the same process. And those would be done in-house by us as well. So we want to try to start that process of getting those guard shacks a little bit, up to
Now,
par with the technology.
I like the idea of that, and I know there's no way to get them all going at the same time, but, I'd be disappointed to see these finished here by July, and then the next ones, at the other campus, not, go a year and we still have the same thing there.
And I think right now, just because we're in the middle of construction right now on the site, this is the completion of the project is depending also on us, getting this guard shack done. So that's kind of the sense of the urgency to get this one at least done, and then start planning for the other three. That is the plan, sir.
Okay.
Another question that came to my mind, because I think for BCARs that we needed those structural engineers or some engineers to tell us exactly the depth or whatever we needed, the light poles. We won't be facing that situation with this new light pole, will we? Where we need them to give us specs on that pole that needs to be done?
Actually, and it's a good question, Mrs. Taita. Actually, as a matter of fact, today I was just seeing some communication about submittals for the footings of the light poles. And I believe the civil engineer, since they don't have a structural engineer on board, they will have to hire him as a consultant to do the review of the footings because there's a couple of light poles that are part of this project. So they will be as a reimbursable, which is allowed within the contract. They'll hire the structural engineer to review submittals and the actual layout of the footings, and then we just get that covered under that contract.
Okay, so we already have it in the budget to cover that.
Yes, we should have it covered, but it is built into the contract too.
It's already built in. It's
for
not
any
gonna
additional- Right.
take away from the 33,000 that we currently have pending there, or.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when calling your name. Ms. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Danielo? Aye. Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Lozano?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And now we go to item J. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of allowance expenditure number 1 for the change in scope of work needed for the construction of the Bobby Lackey Stadium Visitor Parking Lot Project CSP number 21-01-19. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, this allowance expenditure number 1 consists of the installation of 485 feet of a 2.5-inch PVC water line. The existing water line servicing the stadium's southeast side concessions building is currently in the middle of the parking lot construction site running from north to south. The relocation of the water line is necessary to keep it from ending up under the new parking lot asphalt, which could cause problems if there's a problem later on with the line. The new water line will be connected to an existing water line near the football field house and run adjacent to the sidewalk to the concessions building at the stadium. So the net cost of the additional improvements is to be paid from the project allowance. Therefore, there is no increase in cost to the project. We do have a $40,000 allowance on this one as well. And the water line relocation will cost $5,820.
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez to approve.
Second.
A second by Mr. Nieto. Any discussion?
I do have discussion because as working with drillers, before any light poles are drilled into this ground here, I know that we always have to do the 811s and call, make sure there's no other than water lines, gas lines, electrical lines.
Right.
Is there anything else we should be worried about under there before they do the light poles?
The utility surveys, yeah.
Yeah, no, everything has been accounted for, Mrs. Taita. So we've checked and marked all the lines that we have that are internal to us. And the contractor is responsible for the 811 call to do the dig test and identifying all the lines that are external to the district. But yeah, everything has been accounted, and there's only one pole that's being installed as part of this project.
Okay, and that's definitely not on top of this water line, correct?
Absolutely not. Right.
Okay.
Now, on the previous plan, or whenever this plan obviously was before, were we not aware that the water line was running through there? Or were we not aware that we were going to eventually have to change the route of the water line to prevent from something like this happening? Because even though, here's what I'm getting at it, and even though we have the $40,000 allowance, does not mean we have to start digging at it and using it. Now we have this going, this change order. Now we have this something else come up. When these people, when these contractors submit a bid, or when we requested the bid, did we not show them, for instance, right here, we see it, what was the proposed water line in the previous bid? Was it like this, or did we just not consider that?
I think like a utility survey, because everybody gets a utility survey before they start. So I guess that's kind of like, where did that fall through the cracks?
Yes, so a lot of times the surveys, the surveyors will rely on input from us to let them know where our lines are at, because these lines are installed after the fact, after projects have already been done. So in this case, we did know about the water line. The only thing is, at the time, we didn't know or had identified where to bring it from the new location. And so until we reviewed the drawings, it was after the project had bid for the field house, and we found that location was where we could get the water from, that was away from the construction site.
But I know a little bit about construction. Normally, all that's laid out before construction starts.
Yeah, and you're right, sir, and we may have just missed that one. Like Mr. Medico says, very similar to when we were building the field house at Weslaco High School. In the process of digging, we ran into a pipe that we didn't know existed down there, and that halted us for almost 2 months. It was a major pipe, and it was not suspected. And so I'm going to say that this might have been an oversight on our part, or on the site people that were doing the surveying, where we found that this water line was there, and we could obviously leave it there, but I think it's smarter now that we know that it's there to go ahead and cap it and reroute it and bring it from the field house, as you see the green line, to where it's not underground, to where if there is a leak, we can assess it and fix it without going to too much expense.
Okay.
And so that would be it, sir. And again, that could be an oversight on our part, and I do apologize for that.
Okay. Okay, well, let's bring it to vote and signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Feita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Nieto?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We've already addressed item K, so that takes us to number 14, adjournment. The time now is 12:07 Tuesday morning. This meeting is adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
That was a short one.